Testing, testing, coastal audio for the stream. Testing, testing, hoping you see captions. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, audio for coastal stream.
Welcome to Zoom. Please press pound, then enter your meeting ID, followed by the pound sign again.
Do not need to touch it. Sounds like there's a mic on. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2 for captions. Testing 1 2 for captions.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, October 17th. It is 9:32 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin with introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. Joining us virtually as well as Board Member Sean McGuire. And I'll just note virtual as well with us is our Chief Counsel, Michael Lawfer. Joining us here in person is Eileen Sobek, our Executive Director, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Emily McShane. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting, so we have both in-person and virtual participation. If you're joining us virtually, you're either joining us one of two ways. You're viewing us through the customary live webcast on Cali PA's website or on YouTube Live, but if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of the agenda, a link and a form. If you have any challenges with that though, you can please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off, you'll be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item that you've indicated you wish to speak on. Good morning for everyone here in the room. We're in Sacramento here in the Cali PA building, and just a few announcements here for us as well. If we happen to have an emergency, we will calmly file out from the exits to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction there. Also, if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, there is a QR code in the back and or a tablet here at the side that you can sign in on. And once you're up at the mic, please do introduce yourself and any organization that you're part of. And with that, oh, please also just silence your phones, just out of courtesy for the discussion. With that, we can move on to public forum, where we customarily hear from anyone wanting to address the board on an item not calendared before the board. I don't have. Okay, and so if you are intending, it sounds like we have a couple of commenters for public forum, but aren't on the platform yet. Okay. We're going to unmute the person that has their hand up. You may be, in fact, one of our commenters that under a different name. Okay.
Yes, hello. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I'm going to keep it short this morning. I've spoke several times before, so you know what I'm talking about on this, but I just want to make sure this stays in your peripheral vision, you know, or even ideally in the forefront. It's the issue of the North Yuba Water District. They've been in violation of their permits since the beginning of time, since 1952. As we speak today, they are trying to basically skirt the environmental process. That the CEQA review of a project is clearly a project that requires CEQA oversight, and yet they're going to try and declare it a negative declaration and again try and bypass the process. As you know, currently they're in a lawsuit as we speak. With their sister agency right next door for the same exact issue. This has been going on, that lawsuit, for over 4 years and squandering millions of dollars. So every day that the North Yuba Water District continues to exist, it's an assault on the watershed. They share the watershed with South Feather Water and Power. And our contention, the group that I'm working with, we believe firmly that this needs to be one agency for the one watershed. That's the only way to ensure proper governance, to eliminate the lawsuits that have continued between these two agencies for years now. And again, the millions and millions of dollars, I'm not underestimating that. We're talking, you know, millions and millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars have been wasted by this poor relationship. So again, I would urge the State Water Resources Control Board to monitor this closely, to do your part to cease the existence of the North Yuba Water District and fully consolidate their resources into the one watershed management concept with South Feather Water and Power. So thank you this morning.
Thank you as well, Mr. Hickman. Appreciate your time in addressing the board on this issue. Thank you. We, I think, also had Aaron Fukuda potentially signed up, but I don't think Mr. Fukuda is currently on the platform. I'll, you know, Mr. Fukuda, anytime during the board meeting, if you'd like to come in, I'll open up public comment again and let you make that comment. So with that, I think we can move on to board business. And our first item on board business is consideration of the board meeting minutes from the October 3rd, 4th board meeting. Any adjustments, comments, and then otherwise entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And it brings us to item number 2, which is concurrence with the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board's order granting an exemption to the temperature water quality objective in the state thermal plan for the Mountain House Community Services District wastewater treatment plant. Is it still uncontested? And unless any board members would like to have any discussion, and just thanks for the good work on the item.
I move adoption of item 2.
Thank you.
I'll
Ms.
second.
Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Now, it brings us to our informational items, and we'll have an update on our current hydrologic conditions and response. We'd like to call folks up and appreciate the opportunity to discuss what I know is a lot of just great ongoing work. So thank you.
And while Courtney's pulling that up, I'll go ahead and say good morning, Chair Escobar, members of the board, Erin Ragazzi with the Division of Water Rights. I'm here with Jessica Bean to provide some information on hydrology. I'm going to say next slide, please. So I'm going to go ahead and cover the Scott Shasta update, talking a little bit about the current hydrology, and then moving into an update on what we've been doing with respect to engagement, what we're planning, and then a reminder about what our emergency regulation process looks like. Next slide, please. So as you can see, flows continue to be above the expired emergency regulation flow levels in both the Scott and the Shasta. I did want to provide a brief update on the fishery numbers in the 2 watersheds. As of October 9th, 4,287 adult Chinook have entered the Shasta River watershed, and 237 adult Chinook have entered and made it 18 miles up the Scott River watershed, where the counting weir is as of October 8th. Next slide, please. So here's the image you see with each of our updates of the hydrology in the Scott River watershed. The green bars show precipitation events, and as you can see, flows continue to exceed the minimum flow levels and have done so since about early September.
Can you remind me when irrigation season cuts off generally?
Yeah,
for
so it
folks?
depends on which part. In most of the Scott River watershed, irrigation has ceased. I believe in Shackelford Creek, irrigation can continue until the end of October.
Thanks.
There are several different adjudications in the Scott, so it's not one adjudication that we're referring to or one set of rules. So most folks have transitioned to stock water is the main use of water at this point in time. And then I'll move to the Shasta River watershed. Next slide, please. So again, irrigation has ceased in the Shasta River watershed predominantly as well. And we're looking at uses of water focused on stock water at this point. Next slide, please. So there continues to be ongoing engagement. We've been meeting with folks from the community when they reach out to us. We're having several meetings each week with different members of the community. Additionally, we have a request for tribal consultation that we're following up on. We continue to meet with Siskiyou County biweekly, and we are using the North Coast Regional Board's biweekly subgroup meetings as an opportunity to engage with the community there. I will say that group has dramatically expanded, and we have very good participation on a biweekly basis in that forum as well. And then we've held recent webinars on a Fisheries 101 in coordination with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as a Water Rights 101. We held the workshop on October 6th, and we're looking at having listening sessions and engagement with the Hmong community in late October. We also are looking at having 2 additional webinars, an agriculture and water management webinar that will be put on by the local community in coordination with the board, and working with Dr. Harder on getting a 101 of the Scott Valley Integrated Hydrologic Model as a separate webinar as well. We post these webinars to our webpage, so they are ongoing resources that folks can access moving forward. Next slide, please. So the October 6th workshop, we did have good virtual and in-person attendance. I really want to thank all of the participants who came and provided information as part of that workshop, responding to specific questions that had been posed to them. The workshop focused on 4 primary areas: the state of the fisheries, and we heard from the Karuk tribe, the Yurok tribe, and the Quartz Valley tribe representatives about impacts to fishery resources. Some of the highlights, there's a lot there, so these are just some snippets. Please go back. The presentation is posted, so all the slides are posted on our website, and the recording is available there as well. So there was discussion from the presenters about the viability of the fishery, and the Yurok noted they haven't had a viable commercial fishery since 2015. The tribes, several speakers talked about ongoing impacts to mental health and unemployment with the status of the fisheries in decline. And Councilman Hockaday noted that you can't bring back the fish once they're lost. So the idea that you can just bring back fish from another watershed or another area entirely of the state, that's not what the creator envisions, and that's not what should be happening. With respect to emergency flows, we did hear about a proposal on the Shasta River, an alternate proposal for lower flows, combined with a local cooperative solution that takes advantage of some of the safe harbor efforts in the area. We're continuing to have ongoing discussions with the community about that specific proposal to better understand it and see if we can get something more refined submitted for us to understand it better. We also did have presentations from the Nature Conservancy and Dr. Harder about the Scott Valley Integrated Hydrologic Model and the achievability of flows. It was noted that in the Scott, flows are achievable most years, but they can require very significant reductions and diversions depending on what those water years are. And there was an emphasis placed on drier years being more stressful on fish in general, and emphasizing the need to keep water in stream to the extent possible. Next slide, please. So the last 2 topics that we had at the workshop, I'll cover data first. Division staff provided an overview of the existing surface water and groundwater data and some information on where we think additional data is needed. That was information we had shared in that subgroup meeting prior to the workshop as well. So we've been engaging to get information from the community and see where they are willing to give us additional information. I will say there has been an increase in us getting groundwater data due to, I think, ongoing conversations with the community, and we really appreciate that. The other last topic that was covered at the workshop was groundwater local cooperative solutions. The workshop attendees identified the need to follow up on reported water use and application volumes versus the assumptions in the groundwater model. So we had groundwater local cooperative solutions where folks needed to reduce their water by 30%. The starting point of that 30% was highly variable depending upon the individual farm that was proposing it. So you might have a pasture that's being flood irrigated. The applied water there is going to be significantly higher than maybe a grain or alfalfa field where they're using a pivot. And so there was a wide range there. The Scott Valley Integrated Hydrologic Model uses applied water based upon alfalfa and grain fields. It doesn't look at the other types of irrigation practices. So we'll be diving into that a bit more, talking with the community and seeing whether there's a need to update the figures that are in the model. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick reminder that the minimum emergency regulation requirements, these are the minimum. I want to note that we are taking additional efforts with the staff workshop and upcoming listening sessions. So we need to release a notice of proposed rulemaking that includes the text, the digest, that's an informational digest that contains information supporting the regulation and a fiscal analysis. And then we would have consideration for adoption at a future board meeting. We're anticipating that would be no later than December 6th. And then it would be submitted to the Office of Administrative Law, and there would be an associated comment period associated with that. And typically 10 days after submittal to OALs when the regulation becomes effective. Next slide, please. I think we're wrapping it up here. As I mentioned, the PowerPoint and recording of the October 6th workshop are available on the website here, and the best way to stay informed about what we're doing is the email subscription list, which is where we will post release information on our upcoming listening sessions as soon as those are finalized. We're working on the venue right now. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica to talk about Clear Lake Hitch.
And just as we transition, I just want to echo your thanks for the amount of engagement that we've seen from the community, from so many participants, tribes, and growers and others. And so it's been really helpful to have that engagement. These are not, as we know, uncomplicated issues. And just want to thank the hospitality as well of folks in the region, for Secretary Garcia and myself as well, as we went and saw dam removal, but then also had opportunity to connect with everyone out in the community then as well. So just really appreciate across the board, everyone really pitching in to help provide the space and the leadership for, again, not undifficult discussions, but actually have seen an incredible amount of progress through these last years of drought, certainly, and it's not without a lot of groundwork, I know, that's been put into the region. So just thank you and our team as well for just the extensiveness of the amount of engagement. We heard a lot of affirmation, how positive that's been and how that continues to be helpful to bring everyone to a common space and a trusted space as well. So thank you.
Sorry about that. Good morning. So I'm going to go ahead and give a brief update on the Clear Lake Hitch emergency. We will be talking about the upcoming workshop this week and the draft emergency information order regulations, but I want to do a few updates because it's been a while since we've spoken to you. And so I want to start with, we're going to talk about enforcement. We have some barrier removal projects, some of the monitoring work we've been doing, fish surveys, and some other studies. So for enforcement, we just in September issued over 200 notices of violation for cannabis operations, and there were 13 inspections and 1 cease and desist order. So we also have 18 notices of violation that went out for failure to file for service water diverters for the 2022 annual reports. But I'm very pleased to let you know that for the earlier notices that we sent out for enforcement, we are working with everyone who received one of those and working towards compliance. So that's a huge positive. In terms of barrier removal, again, this is not something that's particularly on our team, but we know you're interested in it. And so the Department of Fish and Wildlife has been working with the California Conservation Corps. They went in and spent about a week clearing out vegetation from the creeks. It was substantial. It was a huge amount. We're going to hopefully have pictures for you soon to see the before and after. They are planning for future activities, but as you can imagine, it's challenging. There's a lot of issues getting onto private properties and things of that nature, so they're working through those with the county. The Department of Fish and Wildlife is also working with Lake County to educate folks on creek maintenance. There's a lot of creeks that are running through private properties there, and there's a lot of questions about who's responsible for that maintenance, how does that work, and so they've had some public meetings and doing some engagement. We're also helping to pass along those messages to folks as well, but basically explaining when folks can get into the creeks, what they can do, what they do need permits for. Fortunately, there's quite a bit of work they can can do that they don't need permits for. So there's a lot of work happening on the barrier side of things as we head into the next winter season, which is very important because as we know, the flow barrier is huge, trash, vegetation, those types of things. In terms of monitoring, our team with the division is working with stakeholders across the board to expand the monitoring network in the Clear Lake area. There is a variety of patchwork monitoring happening. The tribes in particular have really strong monitoring. The county, working alongside the Groundwater Sustainability Agency in the Big Valley area, also has some different monitoring areas. We received funding to purchase equipment, and now we're starting to receive that equipment, which is very exciting. And I want to thank our administrative team here because they really pushed quickly to get us that equipment and on a very fast time scale. So we appreciate that. And so we're going to be working to get access to lands where we can get folks that are willing to let us come in and do aquifer testing so we can learn about the properties in the area a little bit more, folks who are willing to let us do continuous well monitoring. We have a handful of folks, and we are really making an effort to use the same monitoring sites as the GSA or the county or other agencies who are doing work there, and then expanding. So we're not putting an additional burden, but really trying to cross over as much as possible. We also finalized our contract with our environmental consultant. So we now have that person on board who's helping tremendously, and we're hoping to have a monitoring plan worked out by the end of the year, maybe early next year. In terms of fish surveys, the fish surveys that the USGS and CDFW they have completed those surveys, but we don't know yet what the final results are. So we're really hoping to see those in the next couple of months. So by the end of the year, we should have an update for you on the actual counts that they had and the modeling that they do to get a sense of the population projections. And then finally, CDFW is also working on a flow study plan that they were directed to by the governor's executive order, and we're hoping to have some draft information on that in the coming months. So next, I want to turn it over to the draft emergency information order, regulations, which is what our team has been primarily working on since we last spoke to you in August. Next slide, please. So just to remind folks, we have released draft emergency information order regulations on September 5th for a 2-month or so public comment period. Really, we're looking for early engagement on that from folks. But the purpose of the regulation would be to gather information on water use to better understand how groundwater pumping and surface diversions influence creek flows. So again, one of our biggest data gaps that we're finding in the Clear Lake area is that we just don't understand how creek flows are impacted by water use in the area. And to get the missing data for that, we need an information order, and to get the information order, we need the emergency regulations. So if those regulations were adopted, they would apply to some or all water users in the Clear Lake watershed, and that includes groundwater pumpers. I specify some or all water users because we do have a geographic scope that we've identified. We actually recently released a map so folks can see that what areas of the watershed are included in the regulations as proposed. And we can choose who to send those information orders to. So we do have the ability to target certain uses, target certain user groups, things like that. And that's actually one of the questions that we have as we're going out for public comment at our workshops later this week and the rest of the month, is to find out what folks' thoughts are on how we might limit something like that. The types of information that we would be requiring would be well location and depth, volume, rate, timing, and frequency of extraction or diversions, beneficial uses, and other relevant information for the work that we're doing to protect the Clear Lake Hitch. Again, that is not exactly what we're going to be asking for, but those are the types of things that we'll ask for. We're still working through what that would look like in the information order itself. And then finally, there is an alternative reporting mechanism that could modify reporting requirements for key voluntary actions. This is also something that we're still working through, particularly talking to our stakeholder groups who have been very engaged throughout this entire year to get a sense of if there are, high quality ways of getting the information we need to help us understand what's happening in the basin that may be different from the information order, that we have a mechanism to allow us to collect that information. and encourage folks to participate in things like monitoring programs or really sharing a lot of that vital information with us for the longer time frame. Next slide, please. So as I said, we have a workshop this Thursday in Lake County. So that will be an in-person workshop on the 19th at 5:30 p.m. We also have a virtual workshop that we'll be holding for folks who cannot make it to the in-person event on the 24th. We recently developed a workshop guide that's available on our website, and it's just helping folks or hoping to help folks, give them some idea of what we're looking for specifically. There's some guiding questions in there, but also allowing them to participate fully in the meeting. And then just as a reminder, the public comment deadline is the 31st, and folks can email their comments to clearlakehitch@waterboards.ca.gov. In terms of next steps, we will be using November to go through the comments and identify if we have any recommendations for changes to the draft regulations. And ideally, we would come back to the board with a final regulation for consideration sometime in December. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Hard to say that's it. That's a lot, and it's really welcomed. I just really appreciate, again, here to the amount of time that's being spent in the community. And it's going to be a busy run up to the end of the year, no doubt about it. So appreciate kind of spelling out, if you will, the course of work and the engagement that folks can expect here. So looking forward to all that follow-up work and discussion. And look to my fellow colleagues. Vice Chair.
Thanks for the report. So first of all, when these reports are provided under the hydrologic conditions, do you send out notices to the affected communities? Because I think there's a lot of good information here. I hope folks have tuned in, but they may not be aware to tune in.
We've mentioned in our subgroup meetings that we regularly provide updates on information related to the Scott Shasta at these meetings, and it provides an additional opportunity for us to provide ongoing information. But we are not sending out separate emails or anything to that effect.
Okay, and then how about for Clear Lake? Do the stakeholders know to?
They know that we're here from time to time. I'll tell you, this was a little bit faster than normal. So normally we would be giving them more of a heads up. But the other thing is we will absolutely share the link to the meeting, the recording, and let them know that that's something that they can look to. But we try to get the information out to them when we're going to be here.
Good. And then a couple questions on enforcement. So you indicated that for the enforcement notices that went out, that you're working with individuals. Is that particularly cannabis, ag, or both?
So we're going to work with everyone that we can, but the cannabis just went out. So that just went out in September, and I don't have any details on that. Who we're working with would be all of the water rights, the reporting violations and the measurement and monitoring potential violations that we sent out earlier this year, I think in the spring. And so those are the ones that we're working with everyone right now on compliance.
Great. And then if you can, remind us about how many received those letters, roughly. If not, don't worry about it.
I want to say 60, but I apologize. I would have to go back and check for sure on that. But we had a few different rounds, and that's, there, so that could be part of it too that I'm not recalling.
Right. Okay. And then another area I'm interested in is unpermitted ponds. And so for those who are tuned in, we want to see those ponds, but we want them permitted. And so I'd like to get it'd be great for us to get an update on that issue as well. Okay. There was something else. On fish surveys. I know that the tribes have a program that I've heard is quite good, that there are other fish survey programs that are out there. In particular, there's one that, there's an ag group that I think they might be, working with other local community members. And so the question is, what is being done to make sure that best practices are followed for those surveys? Because I think we don't want to, it's an unfortunate situation if a lot of effort has gone into developing those surveys and then being told we really can't count on it because not the proper methods were used. So I'm interested in seeing what can be done to get more training so that there's standard guidelines that everyone follows with the idea toward collecting, this information from a broad variety of sources. And then the other question is, what if you have an overlap? Is there danger of double counting if there are multiple groups involved in the same areas?
So that is a huge concern when we have more of a citizen science style out there. And there are quite a few people who have absolutely been seeing the hitch and they were documenting them. So CDFW and USGS have sound methods that they use. The tribes follow those as well. And by the way, the tribes have their own, but they are also working alongside the state and federal agencies during those too. And one of the biggest concerns has been, how do we help, or how do they, in that case, help citizens? There's discussion over it. I can certainly speak with CDFW about that and get their input on it. It's not directly our survey, so I'm not sure. Certainly would be willing to share the information in some sort of joint workshops and when we're engaging with folks. But I can say, yes, it's a concern. The double counting is certainly accounted for in the state and federal agencies and the tribes work. So there are methods that we can use to do that. But people also just get excited. They want to contact folks. They want to let them know. So as far as I know, the system that was set up in place this year and possibly in previous years it was a combination of the Ag group, but also just interested community members. They had a website that folks could go to and just say, I saw the hitch here. So absolutely, you could have double counting if you had multiple people reporting. So it was more of a presence absence. Hey, we saw them here, go check it out. But there could definitely be a lot more for folks who are interested in doing that kind of monitoring to move forward. And we can make a suggestion of that in our task force meeting.
Much appreciated. And thank you, Vice Chair. And to your point, hopefully folks already knew the dates and, we're already kind of plugged in with the information. I think the informational item here is to kind of make sure we're briefed up and then publicly saying these things as well. But your point taken on making sure that when we're going to be having these sub discussions, if you will, just to make sure people know that it'll be here in case they want to, make a comment around some of it. So appreciate those points. Any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate the update. Now that brings us then to our next informational item, which is a report on the quality assurance recommendations for the Cerodaphnia dubia toxicity test and an update on the status of implementation of the toxicity provisions. And appreciate folks as we transition here. Maybe we should start having subtitles on our items. And if we did, this one would be the life and times of the water flea for sure.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm Karen Mogus, Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality here at the State Water Board, and I am pleased to be here with this great group of staff and partners, as well as those who are in the audience you'll hear from during the comment period, and anyone else on Zoom that we'll hear from, to give you an update on the 3-year study that we have conducted at your direction when you all adopted the toxicity provisions back in 2020. We'll be giving an update on the study results and some guidance and recommendations from staff's perspective on the results of the study. So with that, I want to introduce those who are here to present Katie Fong, who is the lead environmental scientist staff person on the implementation of the toxicity provisions. She'll be presenting from the staff's perspective. We have Alvina Mejento from the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, or SWRCB, who led the Cereodaphnia study for SWRCB. And then we have Elizabeth Barrett, our attorney from Office of Chief Counsel, Zane Paulson, who is the senior environmental scientist over the Inland Standards Group, and who works for Rebecca Fitzgerald, who is our section supervisor under standards and assessment. So with that, and without further ado, I am going to hand it over to Katie Fong to start the presentation.
All right, thank you, Karen. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Katie Fong. As Karen mentioned, I'm an environmental scientist with the Division of Water Quality at the State Water Resources Control Board. Co-presenting with me is Alvina Mejento on the Cereodaphnia dubia component. As an overview of this information item, we'll cover some background on the toxicity provisions, the purpose and overview of the Cereodaphnia dubia, or C. dubia study, the C. dubia study approach, the expert science panel recommendations, and staff recommendations based on the expert science panel's recommendations. Next slide, please. The toxicity provisions, referred to as the provisions for short, were adopted by the board on December 1st, 2020, and revisions to the provisions were adopted on October 5th, 2021. US EPA Region 9 approved the provisions, and they took effect on May 1st, 2023. The provisions establish three things. One is statewide numeric water quality objectives for acute and chronic aquatic toxicity. Two, a statewide statistical approach to analyze test results known as the Test of Significant Toxicity, or TST for short. And three, a program of implementation to control toxicity. The provisions aim to provide consistent protection of aquatic life beneficial uses in inland surface waters, enclosed bays, estuaries, and coastal lagoons throughout the state, The provisions also aim to protect aquatic life from effects of known and unknown toxicants. Next slide, please. To provide a status of implementation of the provisions, staff conducted an analysis of permits. As an important note, the implementation requirements in the provisions do not go into permits immediately. The permits are incorporated into permits only upon issuance, reissuance, or renewal of the permit, and permits are only renewed once every 5 years. Since May 1st, 2023, when the provisions went into effect, 20 National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES permits adopted by the regional boards include the provisions. 11 of these permits include C. dubia as the most sensitive species. 6 of these permits include a delay in the use of the MML, or median monthly effluent limitation, until January 1st, 2024, in accordance with Scenario 1 in Section 3C5A of the provisions. Note that one of these permits is a general municipal wastewater permit for 19 facilities, of which 4 facilities use C. dubia as the most sensitive species. And staff will provide a more detailed update on the implementation of the provisions in summer 2024 when more data is available. Next slide, please. On to the Cereodaphnia dubia, or C. dubia test. C. dubia is the most commonly used freshwater invertebrate for chronic toxicity testing. The water boards have required the use of the C. dubia test method in permits for decades. Some commenters expressed concerns regarding the reliability and variability of the chronic C. dubia reproduction test method and its use in assessing compliance with numeric effluent limitations for toxicity. Staff and US EPA conducted extensive data analysis that demonstrates the reliability of the C. dubia test method. And next, I will summarize that analysis as it sets the stage for the scope of the C. dubia study. Next slide, please. To address some of the commenters' concerns, staff compiled and analyzed research and information on how laboratory performance when using the C. dubia chronic reproduction test method The analysis and findings are described in Appendix J of the Toxicity Provision Staff Report. This analysis evaluates how laboratory performance affects the pass or fail result of the chronic C. dubia reproduction test when using the TST and no observed effect concentration, or NOEC, statistical approaches. The analysis also illustrates how laboratory performance in terms of within laboratory variability, or in other terms, precision, is key in ensuring the statistical power of the TST statistical approach. And by the way, minimizing variability is key to increasing the power of any statistical analysis. Next slide, please. Appendix J includes several key analyses with different subsets of real toxicity data. There are two analyses to focus on today, which includes the Fox et al. 2019 published journal article analysis and the State Water Board staff analysis. First, the Fox et al. 2019 analysis examined two sets of data. Fox et al. Analyzed 64 toxicity test results from the TST test drive before 2012 from 3 California laboratories. 2 out of 3 labs had low within test variability and can attain the acceptable false positive probability of 5% using 10 test replicates. If the number of replicates were increased to 20, then all 3 labs could meet the acceptable false positive probability. Fox et al. Also analyzed 180 toxicity test results from 2012 to 2015 from 6 California laboratories. 4 out of 6 labs in California had low within test variability and can attain the acceptable false positive probability of 5% using 10 test replicates. If the number of replicates were increased to 20, then 5 out of the 6 laboratories would meet the acceptable false positive probability. Additionally, the Los Angeles County Sanitation District's San Jose Creek Water Quality Laboratory, or LACSD Municipal Laboratory for short, was included in both sets of data, and their test performance actually improved when they began using the TST statistical approach in 2014. Next slide, please. Second, State Water Board staff examined more recent data from 2017 to 2019 from a subset of California laboratories. This analysis included 453 toxicity test results from 4 laboratories. 3 out of 4 labs had low within test variability and can attain the acceptable false positive probability using 10 replicates. If the number of replicates were increased to 20, then all 4 labs would meet the acceptable false positive probability. Next slide, please. Some key findings from these analyses are that 1, the TST statistical approach incentivizes laboratories to produce more precise data and increase statistical power. As noted in the analyses, the LACSD Municipal Laboratory test performance improved when they began using the TST statistical approach. State Water Board staff also analyzed the test performance of a commercial laboratory that uses the TST statistical approach and concluded that their precision consistently improved from 2017 to 2019. Second, of the 984 California laboratory test results reviewed, there were no results of a fail when the percent effect was 10% or less, and there were no results of a pass when the percent effect was 25% or greater. Next slide, please. Some commenters were still concerned regarding consistency within and comparability among laboratories. The provisions include a delay to the implementation of the MMEL for chronic C. dubia test until January 1st, 2024. This delay provided time to conduct a study on whether optimizing the C. dubia test method could reduce within test variability and improve laboratory performance. The State Water Board and California Association of Sanitation Agencies, or CASA, jointly funded a contract with the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, or SWRCB, to conduct the 3-year study. And 17 out of the 18 California Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, or ELAP, accredited laboratories agreed to participate in the study as well. Next slide, please. As mentioned at the beginning of the study, the C. dubia study is a quality assurance study to determine whether laboratory best practices might be recommended to improve laboratory performance. The C-dubia study is not a method validation study to determine whether C-dubia should be used in California regulatory programs. The C-dubia study is also not intended to estimate false positive or false negative rates using the TST or any other statistical approach. Next slide, please. A key component of the C-dubia study over the past 3 years is the great collaborative effort amongst SWRCB, the Stakeholder Advisory Committee, the Expert Science Panel, laboratories, and the general public. Next slide, please. To help achieve the goals of the C-dubia study, the study was guided by a Stakeholder Advisory Committee comprised of 10 members, representing a wide variety of sectors and agencies. We'd like to recognize and thank each and every one of the members for all of their time and efforts to serve on this committee. The current Stakeholder Advisory Committee includes myself, Katie Fong, with the State Water Board, Amelia Whitson with the Environmental Protection Agency Region 9, Rochelle Cameron, the alternate representative for EPA Region 9, Veronica Cuevas with the Los Angeles Regional Board, Mitch Mishlevietz with Larry Walker and Associates, Paul Bador, the alternate representative for wastewater agencies, John Pang with the Orange County Public Works, Sarah Lopez with the Central Coast Water Quality Preservation Incorporated, Annalisa Moe with Heal the Bay, Steve Boggs with the California Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, Christopher Hand, the alternate representative for ELAP, Peter Arth with Enthalpy, and Josh Westfall with the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts. We'd also like to acknowledge and thank members that previously served on the committee, including John Wheeler, formerly with the State Water Board, Deborah Denton, formerly with US EPA Region 9, Kaylin Kalua, formerly with the California Coastkeeper Alliance, and Jeff Miller with Aqua Science Laboratories. Again, a big thank you to everyone that served on the Stakeholder Advisory Committee and greatly contributed to the C-dubia study. Next slide, please. The C-dubia study was also guided by an expert science panel comprised of international experts in freshwater toxicity testing. We'd like to recognize and thank the 5 expert science panel members for all of their time and efforts to serve on this panel. The expert science panel includes Howard Bailey with Nautilus Environmental, Robert Brent with James Madison University, Teresa Norberg King, formerly US EPA, Leanna Vandervliet with Environment Canada, and John Baylor with Miami University. Again, a huge thank you to our expert science panel members for all of their dedication and efforts. Next slide, please. Continuing with the great collaborative effort, we'd like to thank the 17 ELAP accredited laboratories for participating in the study and collaborating in the 2-day roundtable workshop. Another big thank you to the general public for providing comments and feedback during the many public meetings. And lastly, a big thank you to SWRCB, especially the principal investigators, Dr. Alvina Mahinto and Ken Schiff and their team for all of their dedication and work as facilitators for the study. The study could not have happened without the great collaboration amongst everyone, so a big thank you. And now I will pass it off to Dr. Alvina Mahinto to go over the study approach and expert science panel recommendations. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Katie. Good morning. Today I'm presenting on behalf of the panel. I want to start by describing for you all the study approach that was used. 6 tasks were used for this study and to meet the objectives of the study. First, the lab provided their lab practices, and those were documented so that we could understand how the test is conducted in the different labs. It should be noted that the Sierra-Daphne dubia test has some flexibility in the methods, and so some of the labs did do slightly different things within the methods for the most part. The second part was to evaluate the impact of those lab practices by evaluating the correlation between the methods and test outcome. For this exercise, the labs provided over 1,000 different historical tests for 3 to 5 years of their practices. After completing this exercise on the historical data, 2 other tasks were generated using new data. Those were through intercalibration exercise, where labs analyzed a set of split samples at the same time. In the first exercise, the labs used their own practices to test those samples. After that, the expert panel met with some of those labs, visited the laboratories, and also held a workshop to talk to the lab about the different practices and agree on a list of methods that could be standardized and implemented in the second intercalibration exercise. At the end of this exercise, all the information compared for the newly generated data before and after standardization, as well as the correlation generated with the historical data, were analyzed and used to develop test method guidelines, guidance and recommendations that aim to reduce the variability and improve laboratory comparability. Sorry. Next slide, please. So here are the main study findings. The variability seemed associated with labs rather than the methods. What is meant by that is in evaluating the procedures, no two labs were using exactly the same methods. I want to make it clear that those methods, for the most part, were within the guidance, but in doing so, it became difficult to analyze, to identify any specific methods that would drive the variability. Through the results of and the analysis of the intercalibration exercise, it was identified that a third of the labs can implement the test consistently with relatively low variability. A third of those labs show some inconsistency and variability within and among the labs. And for those, the panel recommendation may help to reduce the variability. A third of the lab did not participate in the intercalibration exercise. So we had 12 out of the 17 labs that participated fully in the study. The final study finding came at the request of the stakeholder committee that asked the science panel to help document what is acceptable variability and how those metrics can be assessed within and across labs. Next slide, please. So to your right, you can see the metrics that the science panel proposed. Those are not recommendations, but simple guidance on how the labs may use to document their performance. There's 3 types of metrics. The first one are biological response, understanding how organisms in control settings are maintained and their overall health. The second set focus on test variability, such as coefficient of variability, and uncertainty in the sensitivity of the test. The final performance metric focused on interlab comparison and understand how labs that analyze similar samples can have similar response or not. Next slide, please. So I mentioned to you that those metrics were used as part of the intercalibration study. So here you see to your left, this was the first exercise, and to your right, the results of the second exercise. We've presented those to you today in context of those performance metrics, looking at reproduction, survival, coefficient of variation. There's uncertainty metrics that I've labeled here as PMSD, and the interlaboratory, which is labeled here as IC50. The main message here is, as you can see, the dark green and lighter green bar look at labs that can meet or exceed the expectations that the science panel put forward. As you compare those green and dark green bars to the second ILS, you see that there is an improvement for most, not all of them. And so it showed, this led the panel to conclude that the intercalibration exercise had to some level helped, but did not resolve all of the issues in terms of variability within and amongst labs. Next slide, please. I want to move now to the science panel recommendation. These come in 3 categories. The first one are best practices, and those are the primary target audience here as for the laboratories. The second category is accreditation, which is directed mostly at the state. And finally, the science panel developed a training recommendation that is targeted for all parties involved, so the labs, the state, and the regulated entities. Next slide, please. So first, the best recommendation, the best practice recommendation. The panel divided those in 2 sets. The first one were identified as must, and those are as written in the promulgated method. The second set are should or recommended, so not required practices. And those were based on most of the observations that were done during the first and the third tasks, so evaluating the lab practices as well as the visits that the science panel performed. Next slide, please. The second set of recommendations were on accreditation. There were 3 recommendations in this category. The first one is to increase the number or frequency of testing similar to the intercalibration exercise so that California has a better understanding of interlab comparability and agreement amongst the labs that are accredited. The second one is to collect and evaluate more data that is typically collected when doing those type of testing. Throughout the studies, we used more than just the regular endpoints that are required by the methods. Finally, the last recommendation is to optimize the lab audit so that third-party assessors and ELAP assessors focus on consistent and effective implementation of best practices. Next slide, please. The final category is training. As I said, this is for all parties involved. The first one is towards the auditors. The panel recommends implementation of a training program where lab auditors can get a better understanding and, more importantly, make sure that their evaluation and assessment of the labs is done consistently among all of them. The second one is an implementation program for all the lab personnel, not just the technical staff, but also those involved in data quality of the CWB test. And finally, the science panel recommend that additional guidance be provided to the regulated parties so they understand what is acceptable variability within and among labs. Next slide, please. I want to acknowledge that not all of the questions that were put forward by the stakeholders were addressed, and there were some study constraints. The first one is that the panel did not provide implementation guidance on how to move forward with the recommendation. The second is the number and timing of the labs. We want to ask for caution in interpreting the results, recognizing that variability changes over time, and the 2 exercises may not be a complete reflection of lab performance. We also note that not all accredited labs were able to participate in the entire study. Finally, there was study constraint associated with questions on water quality, more specifically hardness was cited. The study was not able to identify specifically which lab practice does impact variability. That was something of interest. The science panel noted that there are many changes and differences amongst the lab, and therefore it's most likely a combination of factors and not a single one. Finally, one of the study constraints was that the study design focused on one single toxicant amongst the samples that was tested, and more analysis would be beneficial with other samples, other concentrations. With that, I will pass it back to Katie.
All right, thank you, Alvina. Next slide, please. Based on the recommendations from the expert science panel, or panel for short, staff provide the following recommendations. For best practices, staff recognize that the must-do practices are requirements in the test method. Staff also recognize that the should-do best practices are guidance, not requirements, for what laboratories should consider to improve their performance. And while the should-do best practices are not requirements, there is an incentive for laboratories to have high laboratory performance or low within test variability, which provides greater test power using the TST statistical approach. And lastly, staff will prepare guidance for laboratories based on the panel's recommendations. This guidance will point to not only the panel's final recommendations report, but also other relevant resources for ensuring laboratories know about and have ready access to information they need to improve their implementation of the CDBM method. I'll talk a little bit more about this during the staff recommendations for conducting training. Next slide, please. For the panel's recommendation on accreditation, the panel first recommended increasing proficiency sample testing from 1 per year to 2 per year. California currently requires 1 proficiency sample testing per year, which is consistent with the National Proficiency Testing Program developed by US EPA's Discharge Monitoring Report Quality Assurance Study Program. The current annual frequency balances the need to ensure good lab performance while also accounting for costs to laboratories. With a relatively small number of labs performing toxicity testing, costs would likely be higher for CDBA proficiency testing than for other tests. ELAP is not planning to change the regulations at this time. However, changes to the regulations are possible, especially if variability is a concern after labs, permittees, and regulators have time to consider the other recommendations from the panel. In the meantime, there are other models for assessing laboratory proficiency and comparability that staff will explore. One example is the Southern California Stormwater Monitoring Coalition's requirement for laboratories to participate in intercalibration studies in order to bid to conduct analyses for coalition members. Second, the panel recommended that ELAP collect and evaluate additional data as part of the proficiency testing requirement. ELAP staff assert that the current data submitted and evaluated by ELAP is sufficient for accreditation purposes. The current ELAP accreditation process is such that if a lab fails 2 proficiency tests, they must submit a corrective action report to ELAP showing the root causes of the failures, the steps taken to correct the causes, and evidence that they have passed a subsequent proficiency test. In addition, the Water Board does not currently have a mechanism for accepting and managing the additional data parameters. Developing such would require additional resources, which would divert from other priorities. However, labs should review the additional data parameters recommended by the panel as part of their internal improvement efforts. Staff will provide guidance to laboratories based on the panel's recommendations. SWRCB has also offered to provide laboratories with the R scripts they use to analyze the data collected during the CWS study. And third, the panel recommended ELAP optimize lab audits. ELAP supports this recommendation and already has an assessor training class underway. ELAP is always open to correcting or improving checklists and providing effective assessments. ELAP also allows third-party assessment agencies to conduct assessments for ELAP, which will address the lack of qualified assessors in California. Next slide, please. Based on the panel's recommendations for training, staff do not have the resources to provide regular training for facilities and laboratories. However, staff agree with implementing an auditor's training program as ELAP is contracting with SWRCB to train ELAP assessors and third-party assessment agencies on bioassay and aquatic toxicity methods this fall. Ongoing training can also be less formal. For example, ELAP could host annual roundtable discussions for the auditors to discuss issues they have encountered and how they address them. This could be the basis for improving audit checklists on an ongoing basis. Staff will also prepare guidance to laboratories to point them to existing resources on conducting the CDBA test and evaluating test data, including the panel's final recommendations report, the September 2021 staff workshop for ELAP accredited laboratories on best practices, US EPA's training resources, and other states' toxicity training resources. Staff will also include guidance for permittees on assessing laboratory performance before entering a contract. Lastly, staff turnover at laboratories is a real problem, making ongoing training a critical component of a laboratory's efforts to improve their performance. Staff will explore the possibility of standing up an ongoing training program with the Society of Environmental Toxicology and Chemistry. Such a program could be modeled on CASQUA's stormwater professionals training that was initiated with state funding and is now a self-sustaining component of CASQUA's water quality program. Next slide, please. And with that, thank you for your time. We can now take any questions.
Thank you. I want to echo your thanks for, as we saw, the whole community of folks it's taken to really get us to continue to improve what's exciting work. I'm often reminded how sometimes leading edge we are in a lot of our work, and that comes with a lot of humility because there are a lot of more questions sometimes and additional work than not. But when you look at the continued success of advancing the TST, the confidence that it continues to build, I just want to acknowledge it, and that we are here to continue to make sure and engage with the community and address challenges as we continue to implement, but have a lot of firm understanding here that's taken decades to get here. It's not here that, this has all just quickly come together. And so I just appreciate the leadership of so many folks that are here at the table continuing to improve, and also those that have critiques, because that's what improves the work. And so I look forward to hearing from folks But I don't have any questions right off the bat. And again, just appreciate the work that's gone into all of this, but look to my fellow colleagues if there are any questions. I note the important part of what this work does isn't just for known toxicants, but the unknown. And really it is here our best and last line of defense that we have against emerging contaminants of concern. And here continuing to build faith in everyone, in public, more importantly here, in the system of regulation that we've created, and that it is protective and that folks are being protected out there. So again, appreciate the work around it. Let's call up, we have about 12 commenters at this point. So appreciate, it'll take some time if each person takes 5 minutes. So if you can keep it below, that'd be very helpful. Although I think there was a request for 8 minutes, and that may begin with our first commenter, Paul Bador. Mr. Bador, good morning. You may need to turn on the mic. You're the first commenter, so it's fresh for you there. There's a button. Thank you.
Always nice to be first. Thank you very much. It's good to be here this morning. And I want to sincerely thank you for the opportunity to address you again and give our perspectives as consultants to the wastewater industry. I should have some slides. Next slide, please. My colleague Cameron Irvine and I have been heavily involved as stakeholders in the special study and in the development of the toxicity provisions. And coming into the toxicity provisions in 2020, we presented a couple of key concerns. And those are shown in charts that we provided in the past here on the slide. And that's that in data compiled for Civiqua's 2018 toxicity special study, we observed labs disagreeing on whether or not effluent tests with the Cereodaphnia test were toxic. So 7 out of 17 samples, we had disagreements on the outcome of those tests on the same samples. And then on the right, several special studies that actually tested blank samples, which differs a little bit than the Appendix J analysis. Those blank samples were known to be non-toxic in advance, and there was this rate of 14 to 43% at which, using the Cereodaphnia test, those blank samples were determined to be toxic. And by toxic throughout, I mean that the reproduction in the sample was significantly lower than the control. Next slide, please. And being closely involved in the current special study as stakeholders, it was clear that our concerns are legitimate, and I want to demonstrate that today. But I think one of the highlights coming out of the study for us is that the greatest prospect of minimizing these concerns, it comes from the expert panel's use of the performance metrics, using these to collectively rate overall lab performance into 3 categories. In applying these metrics, 4 of the 12 participating labs achieved the experts' highest category of exceeding expectations. And I'm going to focus now on showing how labs in that category have the greatest potential to minimize our concerns. Next slide, please. All right. So, in using this chart, I'm going to show the variability in results among labs, but let me provide some background to get us there. Labs are required by the US EPA test method to test a reference material as part of their quality control program. We call this a reference toxicant. They test this month after month to track the sensitivity of their Cereodaphnia organisms to that material. So in many instances, the labs use sodium chloride or table salt as the material. For the study, a large historical data set of those test results, month after month, were compiled. And then additionally, within the study itself, sodium chloride water samples were sent to the participating labs for analysis. So what we see on this chart is just how much sodium chloride that it took in order for toxicity to be observed with Cereodaphnia, just how much salt became a little too salty for the organisms. Labs are identified along the baseline axis, so look at lab B on the left. You can see that there are blue dots. That's the historic data that was compiled, and then right next to it are the red dots, and that's the data from the special study, and that's throughout for the other labs. So since state-accredited labs are testing the same material using the same method, we would expect the labs reporting test after test that similar levels of sodium chloride cause toxicity. But looking at the scatter on this chart, you can see that that doesn't occur. Take lab B again, for example, they're first in the alphabet. The level of salt that causes toxicity in the blue bar varies 3 orders of magnitude. This level of variability also occurs across the other labs. Given this level of variability just on a standard reference material, no wonder we see labs giving different results on unknown toxicants in effluent samples. But I'll draw your attention to the labs on the right. These are the labs in the highest performance category, those that exceed expectations. So what we see here is that the data tend to be tighter together, the bars are closer, and they occur along the same level or along the same band. So what we can gather from that is that if a lab is in this category, we can expect them to produce the most consistent results from one test to the next, and that labs in this category will produce similar results among each other. Next slide, please. The special study also involved testing blank samples. So this chart shows the test results from each of those blank samples tested among the participating labs. Again, I'll provide some background on this figure. First, blank samples are mineral waters formulated with standard recipes and known in advance not to have any toxic pollutants in them. And then second, in toxicity testing, again, we're always comparing a sample to a control. So what I'm showing on the y-axis here, that variable, is a ratio of the reproduction that occurred in the blank sample to the reproduction in the control. And ideally, since it's a blank sample, the blank and the control would have identical reproduction, and the ratio of the two would fall right along this black dotted line. The blue markers on the chart are the 20 blank samples that were determined to be toxic among the 112 blank samples tested for the study, or a proportion of 18%. And this occurred in the samples that had about 20% lower reproduction than the control. And some of those blank samples you can see were quite toxic. But again, look to the performance category. It's meaningful to us because we see that no single lab in the highest performance category on the right found a blank sample to be toxic. So that gives us greater confidence that when a sample is sent to a lab that has achieved that category consistently, that the test results we receive on a toxic sample are less likely to be an artifact of the test method. Next slide, please. So why were some of these blank samples just so toxic? Well, in several instances, the study report identified that anomalous test results, such as blank samples on the right, were associated with a temporary lapse in the health of the lab's internal or culture of test organisms. And this happened even at one of the high-performing labs, Lab Q. So to be clear, these blank samples met minimum test acceptability criteria, but despite this, the report and EPA methods would say these tests are clearly compromised and should be qualified. So now, in part, false indications of toxicity and compromised tests can be identified by reviewing supplemental test information, which is required by the method, and it's recommended by the expert panel in their recommendations that we just went through. And then on to slide 7, which brings us to our requests. So we feel at this juncture, the focus of the State Water Board should be on increasing the number of labs that achieve the highest performance category. If labs consistently perform in this category, then the method can be relied upon to produce data that is comparable and consistent within and among labs. Such labs have the lowest potential to falsely declare a sample to be toxic because of test-related factors. So we feel like action is needed to help finalize the draft performance metrics and categories and to support training to implement towards achieving that level of performance, and then to give time to the labs and the regulated community to adaptively manage towards implementing those metrics. And then on the right, it's appropriate for the state board to affirm that reviewing supplemental test information is necessary to determine the reliability of a test. We have emphasized this to our clients and regional board contacts for several years because it is required by the test method. Despite this, there is no statewide consistency on the use of supplemental test and lab information to determine if a compliance test may be compromised for some of the very same issues we saw those blank samples being so toxic. Some regional water boards will only look to the minimum test acceptability criteria to be met, but this is clearly too narrow. Where all of US EPA's test review procedures followed, this will minimize regional water boards issuing violations when the cause of the toxic response is a test-related factor and not pollutants in the sample. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I thank you so much for sponsoring the special study. It has been quite the ride, that's for sure. And we look forward to your support going forward. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks for your contributions to it. Really appreciate the points, and just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Sushmitha Reedy, who will be followed by Annalisa Moe and then Jeff Miller.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. I just want to get a confirmation that you can hear me well.
We can. Good morning.
Perfect. So again, good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Sushmitha Reddy. I'm the manager of laboratories at the Inland Empire Utilities Agency, which I'll be referring to as IUA as I go through my comments. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on SWRCB's recommendations for the Pseudodaphnia dubia toxicity test. IUA is a wholesale distributor of imported water and regional wastewater treatment agency, producing recycled water for beneficial reuse. The agency's headquarters and laboratory is located in Chino, California, and we currently serve approximately 935,000 people over 242 square miles in western San Bernardino County. IUA operates a municipal lab, and we are Lab Q in this survey, identified as one of the 4 good performers. We are grateful for the opportunity to participate and collaborate with our many lab partners in the study. The study validates IUA's lab processes, giving additional comfort in the testing outcome. Nevertheless, IUA does have some concerns with the recommendations the study identifies and how the study impacts discharges compliance needs. My first comment is regarding the recommendation for additional performance evaluation samples. The way an evaluation sample is currently evaluated adds very little value to the process of identifying a lab's performance. What it does is increase costs and further burden the lab's already limited capacity for toxicity testing. The remainder of my comments are concerns with how the study impacts discharges like IUA. The first being accurate and reliable data. IUA supports its toxicity testing needs through our in-house laboratory. However, we do rely on external support when brood boats crash or have concerns with organisms' performance. And when we do need that support, this study confirms IUA's concern for reliable and accurate data. It further strengthens the lack of confidence in the data generated from a highly variable and imprecise implementation of the method by a majority of California accredited labs. This study confirms the likelihood of a false positive from a majority of accredited labs. As such, it will trigger effluent limits, yielding a potential violation, thus requiring discharges to further investigate, which could significantly impact costs and the discharge's ability to stay in compliance. And our second concern is capacity. ELAP indicated 18 accredited labs, 11 of which participated in the study, and only 4 labs were identified as consistent and good performers. With 18 labs available currently for testing, it is already a challenge to find that outside support when needed on an emergency basis. IUA's concern is the further diminished capacity to support our compliance testing needs when seeking that, especially when seeking that external support. Additionally, toxicity provisions require a repeat test to be conducted within the same calendar month. The diminished capacity will pose additional challenges for discharges to comply. IUA thanks the board members, SWRCB, and the expert panelists' time and effort over the last 3 years to explore possibilities to improve current methodology for serial testing, to ensure data is accurate, reliable, and comparable across the various labs. IUA understands that it's been a long process, but strongly recommends investing additional time before these provisions are implemented, as the current January 2024 timeline will pose significant challenges for labs. IUA did invest in our processes, and we're grateful those efforts are recognized through the study, but it does take time. On an average, it takes us about 6 months for an analyst to independently perform, and even longer to accurately interpret data and generate a report for decision makers. IUA has been testing cereal for the last 30 years, or for over 30 years, but each time we encounter broodboard crashes, it's a new lesson to be learned, and we find ourselves looking for additional improvements. IUA greatly appreciates SWRCB's recommendations to standardize and improve lab operations across the state and across various labs, but it will take labs time to develop and implement these changes. As such, we feel the January 2024 deadline is an ambitious implementation timeline. Finally, IOA feels, as confirmed by this report, the findings from the study do not conclusively guarantee improved performance. Our recommendation is for the board to reconsider the January 2024 implementation date and allow for use of MMET, allowing regulators the flexibility with setting permit limits, at least for another 5 years. This will allow expert panel to identify additional metrics and guidance for improved performance, labs to develop, implement, and demonstrate the initial metrics for not only increased accuracy and comparability, but most importantly, increased confidence in the data. I have to take this opportunity to also note that it is getting increasingly difficult to maintain this high standard with ELAP fees being increased at a huge rate every year. We also look forward to further conversation with the board on how to stem the tide of this unsustainable fee increases. Again, thank you for your time and the opportunity to provide comments on this important survey and process.
Thank you for those comments, Ms. Reedy, and your engagement, and congratulations certainly on the leadership and the success of the work that you're doing, and acknowledge that it doesn't come quickly or easily, and that here, agree with Mr. Bador, the whole goal is to increase the number of labs that perform to your capacity here. And so just thanks, your voice and your feedback here is very valued. Next, I'd like to call up Annalisa Mo, and then be followed by Jeff Miller.
Hello, Chair Esquivel and members of the State Water Board. For the record, my name is Annalisa Mo, and I am speaking today on behalf of Heal the Bay. We are an environmental nonprofit based in Southern California, and we're dedicated to making the coastal waters and watersheds of our area safe, healthy, and clean. Heal the Bay has long been engaged in the development of consistent and strong statewide numeric water quality objectives for both acute and chronic toxicity. And over the past 2 years, I have served on the CDBA study stakeholder advisory committee, filling the NGO seat as a representative of Heal the Bay, and replacing Caitlin Kalua when she moved on from California Coastkeeper Alliance, who really championed the NGO representation on this committee in the early stages of the study. We do applaud the state board in approving statewide toxicity provisions after 15 years of development, which were approved in December of 2020. And at that time, Heal the Bay did not oppose the CDBA study that the state board proposed to fund and to manage. But we felt first that it must build off of the existing robust body of evidence demonstrating confidence in the use of CDBA for toxicity testing, which is affirmed in the Fox et al. Study mentioned in the staff report. Second, that this study needs to be limited in scope to provide a best laboratory practices document for CDBA toxicity testing, given that existing evidence supporting the use of CDBA already exists. And finally, that the study be time limited to ensure timely implementation of the complete statewide toxicity provisions without exceptions for the use of CDBA for toxicity testing. And Karen Mogus and her staff did an excellent job in defining the framework for the study. I must also commend staff at the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, the members of the expert science panel, and my fellow stakeholder advisory committees, committee members for the time and effort and expertise that contributed to the study and to the final report. Although it was time limited, SWRCB completed a thorough and comprehensive study over the past 3 years, building off existing peer-reviewed knowledge and adding significant and rigorous new analyses. We therefore support the final report and the recommendations for laboratory practices. And these recommendations were informed directly by the folks doing this laboratory work, but also formalized by the expert scientific panel that have expertise in these areas. In examining the historical data and also the test data, this study has shown that numerous accredited labs have successfully performed this test method, and that there is no one characteristic of CDBA that causes high variability in toxicity data. In addition, evidence from other regions, namely in Canada, indicate that rigorous lab protocols result in low variability when using CDBA for toxicity testing. So as we approach our final deadline of January 2024, not all permits will be up for renewal immediately, and this will provide additional time for underperforming laboratories to be educated and trained on these new recommendations as demand for testing increases. Now, the methods for the use of CDUBIA for toxicity testing are sound, and the risk of false positives do fit within the minimum test requirements. But I'll remind you as well that the statewide toxicity provisions use the TST analytical method. And if the first test of a month is toxic, it actually requires follow-up and a total of 2 toxic results within a month before any violation is determined. However, on the flip side, if the first test is non-toxic, monitoring for that month is complete. And in this case, 1 non-toxic result is enough to deem in compliance. And this more than makes up for any remaining variability, which is inherent with biological response. And I'll state again that the methods for the use of CDUBIA are sound. The most dangerous thing we can do now is to wait any longer to use it. We urge the State Board to move forward with full implementation of the statewide toxicity provisions beginning in January 2024 as originally planned, with the use of CDUBIA for toxicity testing. Especially, in the case when it is determined to be the most sensitive species in the area. And the board must now turn their focus to incorporating these recommendations, conducting additional meetings with laboratories when necessary, and providing the training that is necessary to ensure consistency and reliability within labs and also between labs. Implementation of the recommendations that have been made from this study will only increase our existing confidence in the reliability of CDUBIA as a test species. I'm available if you have any additional questions, but that's all I have for you. So thank you so much for your time and your attention.
Thank you for yours as well, and your participation in the working group. Again, everyone who's been able to contribute to this has really just strengthened the work, and I really appreciate that. So thank you, Ms. Mo, and appreciate the comments. Next, I'd like to call up Jeff Miller, who will be followed by Steve Jepson, and then Teresa Norbert King.
Hey, I'm up. Yeah, my name is Dr. Jeff Miller with AquaScience. We're in Davis, California. We've been doing this testing since 78, I guess, so over 40 years. In our experience, this test has been reliable, and it's allowed us to identify causes of toxicity very reliably and consistently. Obviously, if your variability is quite high in your testing, it makes your TIE testing difficult, questionable in some cases. We'll have some specific comments on the report. Overall, we think that the report is well written. There was a lot of data collected, a lot of very good data collected. I'm not sure that the timing permitted thorough analysis of that data. And I'd like to suggest that those who, I'm not alone in that those of us who feel that way can suggest additional analysis that might be helpful. In particular, we like the suggestion that a standard reference toxicant be used throughout this testing. That makes comparability among labs a lot easier. It also tells the lab itself how things are going. And that can be compared to other labs if you're using the same reference toxicant. I have some other comments, but they're a little bit lengthy, so I'll just say that I think there's some additional mining to be done in the data. It was a colossal effort, actually. And I do think that, some additional processing of the data will yield some additional helpful revelations. Having done this test for 40 years, reliably and consistently, among the other labs who have, it's really disconcerting to hear laboratories that can't do the test very well criticize the test protocol. Clearly, it is not the test protocol that's the problem. Hopefully, there'll be a way to help these people, these laboratories, gain compliance so we can trust the data. And if not, then those laboratories shouldn't be testing for compliance purposes. And hopefully the board will see that. And, you know, I think the system is in place to do that, to have laboratories that are doing this test for compliance should be able to do the test according to the protocol or not test at all. And, you know, that brings the test, you know, to a bad place in terms of its application. So again, thanks for the support. And I believe it's a good test, and time will tell that.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I really appreciate your comments and perspective here amongst it, and agree that, you know, the variability, you know, for some it's leading to try to attack the very basis of the test. And I think we've been clear, and I think the support of the courts at this point have been clear too, that its applicability is there, and we're trying to improve it and its execution. And to your point, I just appreciate the experience and perspective that you bring to it. So thank you very much. And when it comes to any additional points that you wanted to make that you felt were too lengthy for you know, actual public comment here, please do get them along to our folks. And on your point on the data and iterating off of it, I don't know how best we can, but making sure all that data is open and accessible so that anybody that does want to do additional analysis, not unlike, you know, some of the products we're seeing, I think can be really helpful to continue to get the best benefit of. I know it was a lot of work that went on to even just gather the data set for this study. So really appreciate that.
To that point, Chair Escobar,
Yeah, Ms. Mogus,
the
please.
data are available publicly and
Fantastic.
have been since the finalizing of the report. So anyone can take a look and do their own independent analysis, as CASA has already indicated that they've done.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ms. Mogus. And thank you again, Mr. Miller. Really appreciate your comments. Next, we'll go to Steve Jepson. We'll be followed by Teresa Norbert King, and then Jared Boskel.
Hello, Chair Esquivel, board members, and water board staff. My name is Steve Jepson, Executive Director for Clean Water SoCal, formerly the Southern California Alliance of Publicly Owned Treatment Works, or SCAP. We represent 80 public water wastewater agencies in 7 counties of Southern California. Our members collect and treat wastewater for 20 million people. In doing so, we produce recycled water, biosolids-based soil amendments, and renewable energy. Clean Water SoCal supports the verbal and written comments from CASA, Civiqua, and our other wastewater counterparts. Clean Water SoCal has several members who will be affected by the January 24 full implementation of the toxicity provisions. It is clear there are still significant issues with Ceradaphy adubia toxicity testing and the TST. As you have heard and will hear from other wastewater sector representatives, the Cerio special study showed weaknesses in the test method in addition to statewide laboratory capabilities and capacity to execute the method reliably. In light of the confirmation of testing issues and laboratory capacity issues, we respectfully request that the Water Board lengthen the period and use of triggers, or MMET, in the toxicity provisions by at least 2 years, and allow the recommendations identified by the special study expert panel to continue to develop while ELAP works on improving the accreditation systems and improve reliability of the test for all the laboratories used for compliance purposes. These actions would continue to be protective of the environment and prevent undue compliance or legal jeopardy for wastewater treatment and water recycling agencies. It would be a significant move for us to work together to provide healthy, clean water for Californians. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Mr. Jepson. Next, we have Teresa Norberg King. Okay, then we will move on to Jared Voskel with CASA.
Good morning. My voice is hoarse. I'm sorry. Probably speaking too much because sometimes it feels like I'm not being heard, but hopefully we can see some presentations today. My name is Jared Voskel. I serve as Manager of Regulatory Affairs for CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents over 130 wastewater agencies in the state that provide the collection of wastewater, treatment, resource recovery, and recycling. And next slide, please. We want to thank you at the Water Board, seeing so many colleagues here in the front row and on the board who've helped us throughout this study over 3 years. It really was a colossal effort and so much collaboration that we at CASA really value how we work with you all. And so we want to just make sure to acknowledge everyone here and also recognize the funding that was able to empower this study to do what it achieved, which came from CASA members and from the State Water Board and civic members. Next slide. So I want to present 3 comments to you today and share some points around each one. But the first comment is that a subset of laboratories appear to demonstrate the method's viability or reliability. The second one is that only 2 commercial laboratories exceeded expectations in the report. And then the third one is kind of a working idea that it's iterative and we like to speak to you about some kind of future action potentially, but that the discharger and lab community support using an MMET for 2 more years until ELAP accredited labs achieve and demonstrate uniform competency and capability. And those are words from the experts, those aren't my words. Next slide, please. So for this first issue regarding a subset of laboratories, next slide. We want to draw your attention to the final report, and it stated 4 labs stood out as one of the most consistent laboratories, or as the foremost, A, F, P, and Q. Next slide. When we initiated just some very preliminary analysis, we wanted to continue some of the work the experts had done, and this was one they had not done, so we undertook it just to continue their analysis. But when we analyzed those labs using the TST as well as the hypothesis test, a few things stood out. Was that one, those 4 labs that performed well had no false indications of toxicity using the TST, and the other was that there were 2 less false indications of toxicity with the TST compared to the USA hypothesis test. And I know that's been a question that we've wondered about, how does that method perform? And so, seeing those results from the data, it appears to demonstrate that this underlying test method, as prescribed in the regulations, can produce accurate and consistent results when performed by a lab with a reasonable level of competency. And that reasonable level of competency is another phrase from the experts. Next slide. So we kind of spoke about the performance metrics. This is a table from the report, and there's 3 categories in there. We really want to see these finalized so that they can become useful as tools. And Paul mentioned wanting to see that finalization. We support that. We also want to, make another remark about how these, are divided up. And we'll talk about that in a moment, but there are 3 distinct categories, and depending on how you assess what those mean, it's could impact where you fall in there. Next slide. So we'll talk a little bit about the data. What are these things? What does it look like? But I just want to note that the majority of the testing that was done in the study were by the accredited labs in the state that do the majority of the business. So effectively, it was kind of the industry participating in the study that's available for the discharger community. Also, the sample size, it was scientifically defensible. The experts made sure that they had enough samples in there so it could be meaningful and they could develop recommendations off of it. And then the third point is that there are about 1,300 tests performed per year based on our outreach with the lab community, or maybe over 100 tests per month right now using Daphne. So, oh, and then with regards to the data set, they mentioned over 1,000 historical data points that were collected over time, which also really gave a lot of weight to the work that experts could do. Next slide. So we spoke about, a good lab or a high-performing lab that exceeds expectations. So, here we want to draw that. Here's a chart showing it. You saw this earlier. Those 4 labs on the right. Can you advance it one more for an animation? Yeah, these ones. When we spoke to our members, they were able to extrapolate and infer that the 2 municipal labs who are our members were 2 of those labs, which means that Labs A and F would be the only 2 commercial labs in the state that engendered the experts' confidence by demonstrating their capabilities during the time period of this study. I also want to, discuss meeting expectations. Next slide. Under the experts' performance metrics, even labs that met expectations, advance it one more animation, please. Thank you. They had false indications of toxicity. And so, I mentioned, where do you draw the line? For us as a discharger community, that doesn't meet our expectation if there's going to be a false indication of toxicity. And so, we think that exceeds expectations is a very critical category that we want to see labs working up to achieve. Next slide. Trying to understand what is a reasonable level of competency or capability, we could look to the adopting resolution, what's already here in front of us. In there, they noted that labs could achieve a false probability of 5% in the state. Coming out of the study, it appears in our analysis that that was 18%, which is a 260% increase. Next slide. And then when you take the labs that exceed expectations out of that analysis, that probability goes up to 28%. And so this really starts to kind of provide us a narrative, perhaps, of changed circumstances within the lab community from when the regulations were adopted and the work that informed it versus where we were when we had collected this data over the last year and a half. Next slide. Yes, just to reiterate, the rates that were there with the false probability in comparison to the 5%. Thank you. Next slide. Okay. All right. Thanks for listening this far. Almost done. And again, I just want to emphasize this prior collaboration that brought us to this point with the study and how effective it's been. And we want to continue to partner with you all in going forward on this. We do have concerns with capacity as the discharger community. We do feel like there's changed circumstances. There is an intense need for training. We don't feel like we are, as a lab community, where we were 3 years ago. And thinking about going forward with existing structures, we don't feel like we have to look far for an idea. So next slide. In the staff report, when it was the toxicity provisions were adopted, there's a key section in here. It says, in the short term, the statewide inclusion of limits is not feasible in certain circumstances. Then it states, but it is feasible and appropriate that in 3 months, all accredited laboratories conduct the reliable and promulgated method. However, for some laboratories, using an MMET instead of that MMEL for a short time will provide an opportunity for improvements in laboratory performance. And so this is where we really want to focus in on is, that laboratory performance we want to improve, but the interim period. And next slide. To kind of underscore where we are on this, in Appendix J, it set a standard of a coefficient of variation, a CV of 0.15, and that being appropriate for the analysis. And it identified 8 labs in Appendix J that were California accredited labs that could do it. Next slide. But in the final report, when they conducted a comparable analysis, the final report stated only 1 lab, Laboratory A, achieved that. And then it also noted that if they lowered the standard down to a coefficient of variation of 0.2, you added some labs in there, and that gave confidence to the experts. But 2 things come to mind. One, we're at a time where we now have some questions about our confidence in all of the labs. And so at a time like that, lowering the standard here reported from the Appendix J from 15 to 20, maybe that's not the way to go about saying that we're in a good spot. But in another way, I think if we felt it was appropriate with having 8 labs, still do an MMET for a couple of years to allow that time for lab improvement, we're now in a place where perhaps we only have 1 to 5 labs. So we feel like this could be an appropriate pathway to go forward. I know it's not going to be, anything can be decided today, it's just only informational, but we would respectfully request your consideration of perhaps some future action in conjunction with all these other ideas for lab training and further analysis of the data. Next slide. And I think I want to just kind of conclude here with encouraging what the experts said in the final report, which was first to demonstrate ELAB accredited laboratories can produce comparable results. The panel recommends analysis of split samples for laboratories seeking state accreditation, and that could be achieved by doing biannual interlaboratory comparison study. So essentially what we just did in the study, having that be a little bit more formalized. And the final report also talked about that essentially these are really big decisions. Many of these management implementation decisions have multiple options and different timelines that have to be discussed with labs and the regulated community in a thoughtful, effective, and efficient process facilitated by California-based decision makers. We were very supportive of that. To that end, we've worked with our members already to develop a tentative program to really launch this effort to help labs on their path to improvement, which we're happy to collaborate with the board on. And so final slide. A few takeaways here. Our views of the method have been transformed over this study. And at the same time, the experts substantiated concerns with laboratory capability. But it's clear the method works when it's performed by a lab with the competency that the standards characterized. It's not, so as to say, it's not the method per se, which had been a concern. It's really that this is a very hard method to do. And so it really takes a lot of precision for a lab to achieve that. So labs are going to need a lot of time for training and to implement recommendations. Stakeholders are concerned about our capacity. If agencies are interested in getting to a lab that they have confidence in the results and that exceed its expectations category, any kind of shift could cause ripples across the industry. And we want to be mindful of what that could look like. And then we also have concerns with kind of the pace it's being closed. We would like for more discussion here. We're very encouraged to hear there'll be another item this summer. I think all the recommendations we heard from staff today, I hadn't encountered those, but all of those were very encouraging. And so as we're kind of figuring out this way forward, just to again mention, we do think an MMET for another short time period could be beneficial and something we, I think ultimately want to collaborate with all of you on to figure out how do we go forward in this going. So all that to say, thank you very much for the time here. There were a couple remarks in the testimony from others I just wanted to make quick remarks on. One was that partner on lab training. We are very supportive of working with our partners to produce some kind of virtual webinar, free and be benefiting labs. Also the on-site visits, that 2-day roundtable that SWRCB conducted, I heard from so many labs that said that was such a beneficial, meaningful thing. So kind of setting up forums like that could be really good. On the study constraints, on the slide there, it didn't list the additional study constraint that was in the report, which was time and the need for more time to do that work. So Jeff Miller's comment about data mining was excellent. Same with the universal reference toxicant. I know we can't require that because of the regulatory process that would have to be undertaken, but if commercial labs are willing to, go along with that and participate, voluntarily, that could be very meaningful for getting data. And then just kind of the conundrum that in the report's recommendations, labs in that second intercalibration study were taking all those recommendations, the must-dos, the should-dos, to see how it impacted performance. And what was interesting is that some labs improved, but some labs, decreased in that second round. And I think it's because it's a snapshot, the test, but in terms of how do we figure out how these recommendations impact it, those kind of results really create a paradox for going forward. So again, with that, I appreciate your time and consideration of our thoughts, and thank you.
Always in consideration, and appreciate that, Mr. Boskel, and the continued engagement and the productive comments here. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ms. Leviek. Apologies, Mr. Leviek.
Hello, Chair Escobar and board members. I'm Mitchell Mishlevitz. I'm a senior engineer at Larry Walker Associates. That's in Davis, California. One of the hats I wear is the co-chair of the regulatory work group for CASA. And through that role, I was asked to be the POTW representative for the Zero Studies Stakeholder Advisory Committee. I don't know, about a year into that study, we came and gave a report out. And at that time, we noticed that or noted that everything was going well, but the time was running short, and that was about a year into the study. So the study itself was well run by SWRCB. Each piece of the study was very thoughtfully and thoroughly run through the Stakeholder Advisory Committee. There was this initial wind-up process where we set the guidance for the project and picked the expert science panel. And at the time, we were chomping at the bit, wanting to get going. We knew it was an important study. But all that time was well put, and it paid off in the end. The work occurred in stages, the first being the review of the available historic data, the desktop evaluation. For me, one of the best experiences of the whole thing was when the expert science panel finally saw with their own eyes the graph that showed the variability in the data of the labs in California. And they said, this can't be correct. And at that point, they said, on seeing that, they took, it was an ownership moment for them. The expert panel was invigorated, and it was validating to see them work so closely with SWRCB to probe into the data and see what those issues were. Unfortunately, analyzing the historic data didn't point to any real reason why things were so variable. No smoking gun. So the next stage was to do the inter-laboratory comparison study, the ILS. And again, these data were analyzed and no strong indications of why things were so variable came to light. But the expert panel took another step, an unscripted step, where they went to the laboratories, visited the labs, held workshops, tried to figure out why things might be so variable. And again, it was great to see them take ownership and wanting to figure this thing out. And then there was the second ILS, but again, there were no strong indicators of what could change immediately to fix the variability problem. And I know this isn't cross-examination, but if we ask Elvina, I'm sure she would attest that the expert science panel made SWRCB work. They really went in and tried to do their best with the limited time that they had to analyze and reanalyze all the collected data. The process played out over nearly 3 years, and over $1 million worth of effort was put into the study. Still, a significant constraint was the time. The study demonstrates that the serial reproduction test is a viable test, and high-performing labs do produce repeatable results. Fantastic results of the study. If we were to send split samples to the high-performing labs, we would likely get the same results, the same determinations of toxicity from those labs. However, the study did find that there were many labs, many of the commercial labs accredited in California are not currently high performers. So if we did send split samples to those labs, we may not get the same determination of toxicity from them. The bottom line is that the serial reproduction test is not simple. The report contains 15 non-trivial recommendations to build the high-performing lab capacity in California. 16 pages of recommendations. The whole report's the body of the report is 51 pages, so a third of the report is the recommendations to build the capacity in California. In the staff presentation, it was noted that the recommendations, one of the recommendations is to have dischargers evaluate lab performance before entering into contracts. We would rather have the overall performance of labs elevated as a first step, to incentivize labs to increase performance now before it's necessary to reevaluate ahead of new contracts. Otherwise, we'd be in a situation where dischargers potentially leave labs as the provisions are put into their permits, penalizing labs now for not having a chance to implement the recommendations in the report. So we request that you dedicate the resources and direct staff to work with the regulated community and labs with the purpose of enacting the serial study recommendations. The roadmap is there. As you have heard, it will take time and on the order of 2 years. to enact the study recommendations across California labs. And while working through those recommendations, we request that you use the monthly median effluent triggers, continue the triggers, and defer the use of monthly median effluent limitations until the work is complete. And finally, I'd just like to say hats off to SWRCB, the stakeholder committee, the expert science panel, and the state board for completion of the study. Thank you, and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you as well. I appreciate the participation within the work, and I know continued work that will be going on past this, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Peter Arth, who'll be followed by Josh Westfall, and then Sarah Lopez, and I think rounding out our commenters here will be Debbie Mack.
Right. Still good morning. Yes. Thanks for having me here today. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. My name is Peter Arth. I was the representative for the private laboratory community for the study. I'm the director for environmental toxicology for Enthalpy Analytical, and I'm currently an LTAC Environmental Laboratory Technical Advisory Committee member. I've been doing this my whole life. This has been my sole career. It's the only thing that I've done. I've been a practicing toxicologist for 16 years. The method is sound if it's performed appropriately. Full recognition of all the hard work that went into it by all the stakeholder committee members, all of SWRCB, all of the state board members, and especially the expert science panel. We do have some concerns over the recommendations as they stand. It's been mentioned a couple times here already that potentially more time, more data analysis is needed. I did want to note that the recommendations as they stand in the report do not have a significant amount of data analysis behind them that show quantitative distinctions in the impact of the implementation of those recommendations. I also want to note that a few of the recommendations, especially a portion of recommendation number 1 that has a restricted time window on the termination of the test, is not present in the test method, nor is recommendation number 7 the windows for changing the test. My only note would be to caution implementation of any recommendations that are not present in the test method. As Jeff Miller pointed out, as others have pointed out as well, if the method is run in accordance with its intended requirements and recommendations, you will get reliable results. Paul made a great presentation that shows that labs that are exceeding the panel's performance metrics will provide comparable data. So I think my deepest note is to just say, as the state makes their recommendations going forward as part of the implementation, especially with regard to laboratory procedural changes, that a weight and emphasis is put on those that will have a meaningful impact, right? I mean, changes, restrictions, alterations of the method will have economical impacts on the laboratories, their abilities to run their businesses, potential impacts to labor, which will ultimately potentially result in cost changes to the performance of the assays that will then be passed on to the community and the dischargers that have to use them. So I think that's just my deepest note on this, is to make sure that as recommendations come through in the staff report, that they're backed by data-driven, scientifically sound, quantitative analyses. The report points out the limitations that because of the number of changes that were made and implemented, there's no one that could be put forth. However, as many have commented so far, the labs, at a great effort on our behalf, compiled a significant amount of data that was present. I mean, you could see what Paul was able to do with just a couple of weeks of analysis of the open data that's available to the group. So what I would encourage is, continue to look at that as we go forward and as we get to the point of making recommendations that will eventually result in a guidance document for laboratories to follow, ongoing training for ELAP and for laboratories, and ongoing training for the discharger community to evaluate laboratories to choose. So with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours as well, Mr. Arth, and again, participation in what is, I know, a lot of great work that's gone on for a while, and it's really great to be able to synthesize this amongst all the great leadership along. So thank you, Mr. Arth. Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Josh Westfall, be followed by Sarah Lopez, and then Debbie Mackey.
Hi, good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you for having me here. My name is Josh Westfall. I'm with the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts, and I also serve as the Stakeholder Advisory Committee member for Municipal Laboratories. I will start by saying that for all of the laboratories, we're very thankful to be part of this process. Partners, really, we never came here with the intent to criticize a test method, a statistical method, or certainly any laboratories. Instead, what we've come here to do all along is to be partners willing to try to improve upon an already beneficial test method for protection of the environment. I will start with wearing the hat of the municipal lab sector. You'll see today that the municipal lab sector actually performed quite well in the study. And we'll start with a few of the recommendations and some specific concerns that exist there. First, as Peter Arth just spoke to, the recommendation about specifying the test termination be within plus or minus an hour of the initiation time. First, the report specifies that that comes from what is described as an implied requirement in the protocol. And I'll just let that resonate with the board members for a moment, that I don't think there are any implied regulations in the state. So it's also economically challenging. There's a lot of capacity, and really one of the notes that's been made is that there are improvements that are made to the test variability as you increase the replication. If you increase the replication and then you artificially narrow the timing that is allowed to do test renewals, test termination, suddenly this becomes increasingly expensive, and that's something that it at least needs to be acknowledged and evaluated. Second, I do appreciate what was pointed out in the staff report. The laboratories do note that the idea of increasing performance testing, it does increases costs, and it hasn't been demonstrated that there's a benefit to that. I do appreciate what's been put forth in the staff report. Outside of the recommendations, two significant concerns remain. One, I can identify that the sanitation districts were Lab P. They were identified as one of the labs that exceeded expectations. That means that there are 2 commercial laboratories available in the state. And although we're fortunate that we have an in-house laboratory, every lab has to contract out from time to time, and we're concerned with capacity. Second will be the blank samples, or acknowledging that if we look back to the staff presentation, the idea of a target, that if 18% of the labs are identifying non-toxic samples or blanks as toxic, even if you have a good spread with your arrows in this example, they're off the target far more than what's recognized as allowable 5%. If we shift to the sanitation district specifically, as I mentioned, we're fortunate that we're a high-performing laboratory. I just want to note that that takes a significant amount of expense, in both in time and resources. It's not easy. There's a lot of capital, as was mentioned earlier. It may take 6 months to train staff, and there's always turnover. It becomes increasingly challenging to not only attain a high standard, but then to maintain that high standard. So in summary, this has been a long, extensive process. Many thanks to all who have been involved, and we hope to continue to partner. And partner to move forward. Hopefully we can do both. We can increase the capacity of high-performing labs, and then by doing that, we're also going to ensure that the method is performed as reliably as possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Westfall. Really appreciate your leadership contributing to all of this continued ongoing contribution, and look forward to what I know will be further discussion here amongst us. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Sarah Lopez and be followed by then Debbie Mackey. I believe that'll be our last commenter. Good morning still.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
You can, thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Sarah Lopez. I'm the Executive Director of Central Coast Water Quality Preservation, Inc. That's the ag program on the Central Coast. And I was also the agricultural representative on the Stakeholder Advisory Committee for this study. So I first wanted to just acknowledge and thank the State Water Board for funding this study, Alvina Mahinto and Ken Schiff, and all the folks at SWRCB who implemented the study, the participating laboratories, the expert science panel members, and the Stakeholder Advisory Committee members. I know everybody came together and worked really hard on this study, and I've certainly learned a lot as a participant. The ag programs use the CDUBIA test a little bit differently than the NPDES permittees, the POTWs and so forth. So in the Central Coast Ag program, for example, we perform quarterly tests at each of 55 monitoring sites every year. So that gives us a big, robust data set. It gives us a lot of baseline, and really no single toxic result will trigger dire regulatory consequences on its own. So that makes me feel like we have a little bit of breathing room, a little bit more buffer relative to the permittees where a single toxic result acts as a trigger. So I can really sympathize with the concerns of some of these other permittee groups who are looking at short-term sort of escalation of their requirements relative to this test. I also wanted to mention that as certain toxicants in our waterways have declined over time, in particular the organophosphate pesticide class, the amount of mortality we see in our CDUBIA test has declined. And so this reproduction endpoint, this reproduction test is now our most sensitive endpoint. It's more sensitive than the algae, it's more sensitive than the other invertebrate species that we use. So it's an important test to our program. Jumping over now to the study results, I wanted to echo Paul Bedore's comments where he pointed out that the expert panel described some performance metrics for labs that are different than the test acceptability criteria that goes with the method, and they're different than the ELAB accreditation. And I was shocked to see how few of the participating laboratories were able to achieve those performance metrics. And it's my understanding that only 2 of the labs that did attain those performance metrics are commercial. So if I'm not mistaken, this means that the ag programs and any other discharger or permittee who needs to use a commercial lab, we have 2 laboratories statewide that we can contract for truly reliable results. So the off-the-shelf pool of labs, so to speak, today is 2. My program alone needs to run 200 samples a year. We submit batches of 50 plus samples at a time. And so even if I could immediately identify these couple high performing labs, who's to say that they can even handle our sample volume? Or if we find one that can handle our sample volume, what if we need to switch labs? Do we even have one other lab that is high performing that can handle our sample volume? So what this study says to me as a discharger who needs to use commercial labs and who wants to have high performing labs, because I am staff to farmers and farmers have very high standards for data quality, is that at the present time, we only have a couple of options statewide, and that's assuming that they even have capacity for our sample volume. So I strongly support a time allowance for and concerted effort to encourage the state's laboratory community to develop and demonstrate that they can achieve the expert panel's performance metrics. And I think this can be accomplished with trainings and additional interlaboratory intercalibration exercises. I also support the development of materials that dischargers can use to inform their selection of contract labs. And I'm sympathetic to Mitch's point about giving labs time to internalize recommendations, but I also think that dischargers being able to identify and seek out higher performing labs will generate market demand that hopefully increases the supply and capacity of high performing labs throughout the state. And we need that increase in supply so that there could be competition that can also help mitigate costs. So wanting to give labs time to internalize, wanting to be careful about mandating sort of super metrics that will raise labs' costs to perform the method, but also wanting to make sure that widespread improvements do occur so that just the supply and capacity of high-performing labs does increase. So I thank you for considering my comments and for conducting the study again, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you. I really appreciate those comments. And yeah, look forward to, I know what will be some further discussion here. So thank you, Ms. Lopez. Like to know, I think I see Teresa Norbert King back on the platform. If you don't mind, Ms. Mackey, we'll go quickly back to Ms. Norbert King, and then we'll finish off with Ms. Mackey's comments. Apologies, Ms. Norbert King. If you get back on, we'll definitely take your comment, and we'll go to Ms. Mackey then.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you this morning. I'm going to start and just kind of sit on the slide for a little bit because I find it interesting. So SWRCB and our POTWs, we have been really concerned about some of the toxicity testing, but especially the Ceredaphnia reproduction test for a long time. And prior to the adoption of the provisions, we were working with our regional board and with a number of our POTWs that have NPDES permits to try to understand what was triggering a lot of toxicity in our area. And those POTWs collaborated together, brought together funding in order for us to do an initial study, and then we'll talk about how that funding also helped inform this study. But I wanted to show you this graph because we do have, it shows our POTWs that are in our region. It shows how many of them are very small. It shows just how many labs there were back in 2017. And I can tell you, I know at least 2 of those labs are no longer there. And I know at least one of them is not in the Central Valley, if not both of them. So I haven't delved that so much into that. When we talked to you back in, I'm going to say probably 2019, 2020, we raised several concerns about the toxicity policy, recognizing that there was issues with the Ceredaphnia that we were seeing in very high level treatment plants, indications of toxicity that we really couldn't go down. We had looked at, and I apologize, that sounds like my phone, so I apologize for that. I thought I had it off. We had seen we'd seen a lot of money and effort being spent on these really low level, high treatment levels. And so in looking at that, we expressed that concern that, hey, what's happening in this? You're going to include numeric effluent limits. You're going to have additional testing. This is an issue we saw, and I think Paul Bedore showed the different studies that we had looked to that showed false indications of toxicity, where our false positives on toxicity. Those all were a concern of this. So we were very happy that the State Water Board started with this study, and we really supported that. We also had, I'm going to stay here too, we also had a concern at that time about the number of labs and the increased level of testing, because many of our smaller POTWs, those under 10 MGD or even sometimes 20 MGD and below, many were going from quarterly to monthly, or from annual, or once every term, or twice a term, to 4 times a year. And so we knew that was going to cause a problem. So anyways, long story is, we really were concerned with the test, and so we appreciate this. So go ahead and go to the next slide. As we went through, this is just kind of showing you where it was. We were seeing a really high amount of trigger exceedances, and this was like on 1 TUC, so just showing some indication of toxicity. And what I find really interesting about this is, as the results, as Jared Voskuhl showed you with the Ceredaphnia reproduction test, it is about the same level that we're seeing in the false positives. And so when I look at this and I look at the last, now and look at the test, I still have this concern. And I know many of our members still have this concern. Do we have a test that we can rely on, so that when we say, hey, this is toxic, it's toxic, or it's not toxic, it's not toxic. We agree, as it comes to this test. First of all, I want to go back and really thank you as a board, the expert panel as great experts, SWRCB for their stakeholder outreach, for the stakeholder advisory panel, for CASA, for coordinating us, for My Civic with special project members who both independently and as a special project group contributed significant funding towards this effort so that we could try to find a resolution. Our labs are, go ahead and go to the next lab. As we came out with the findings of the study, and I'm not going to read these to you, there's many more that are in there. This area of consistent implementation and the ability to implement and get those results that we're looking for is still critical for us. And as Jared Boskel provided for you, or showed a slide to you earlier, part of the reason that we implemented this study was because there was this level of uncertainty. And I would say, unfortunately, that level of uncertainty still remains. Initially, when you adopted the provisions, it was supposed to be a smoking gun. There's probably one or two things, and we found out very early that wasn't it. It looks like these recommendations, if we can implement it and test it and do it as the expert science panel recommended, we can get a lot farther. So, and I know that there's some differences between the recommendations and what we saw from staff, and I can't comment on those today because it's the first time that I've seen them. But we really want to be able to implement this with confidence. So can you go to the final slide? So what we're really asking you, and this is really as partners and as partnerships, is really to continue to implement those expert panels recommendations. Those expert panels recommendations showed a need for additional time, for additional testing, for additional certainty. And we're looking for that certainty. And so we are asking for that delay of numeric effluent limits for Ceradaphnia, the reproduction, for 2 years. Hopefully those 2 years we can really get moving and get a clear answer, get the lab capacity that we're looking for, get the training, get the information to our POTWs and to others, and really have a robust program so that when we go to a ULAP certified laboratory, we know we're going to be able to be confident in the answer. And I don't think that we're there today. So anyways, I'd be happy to answer questions, but I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Appreciate yours as well, Ms. Mackey. And everyone's comments here. As you can tell from what we thought was going to be a bit of a sleepy morning to now butting up against lunch, there's a lot of important discussion and work around this. So just appreciate and glad to take the time. This isn't a decision point for the board. This is an informational item. So I'm going to be just cautious and at this point saying I certainly hear what is being requested here when it comes to delay of implementation. And we'll, have to mull how I really feel about it ultimately. I think, as Ms. Moe pointed out, it is important to note that as we approach, if there is no change into 2024, suddenly everyone doesn't have to be compliant. It will have to be incorporated here into permits, which are all on about 5-year cycles. So you kind of have a 5-year implementation, if you will, as you move into the TST actually being incorporated into permits. But again, I hear, the concern that we're not necessarily ready for that moment either. An additional delay is requested, even knowing that it would be 5 years here still yet on before we'd actually be to full, if you will, incorporation. And dependency on our laboratory community. And there, I know that our discussion here today is a bridge, and I heard the comment on fees to how ELAP is doing generally in our labs. And so I'm not unsensitive to this issue amongst what is a general need to continue to elevate the quality and certainty of the data coming out of our labs and continue to improve that, and know that we recently have made some significant changes there as we modernize, bring us in line with national and international norms around the running of our labs, which I can hope to only it benefit this entire challenge with the consistency of the TST itself. So with that being said, I just thank you. This was, again, I really appreciate the engagement on here, but I look to my fellow board colleagues who may have more definitive positions on those things that I'm staying a little light on. Vice Chair.
Well, thank you. I just thought I'd use this as an opportunity to go back in history a bit and talk about, my recollection of what got us here to begin with. So when we adopted the procedures, it was quite controversial, and there was an extended period of time for public comment, lots of stakeholder outreach, and then I know we pulled in Mr. Bishop, Ms. Mogus, and a whole, Ms. Fitzgerald, a whole team, and we spent some time with the stakeholders in sorting through some of the remaining issues. And I think that's when this additional study emerged. And for me, I was really looking for a balanced compromise, even though I had concerns about the test method. I thought it was important to, just see where we could come together as a board. As a result of this study, I am much more confident in the test method. But what continues to concern me is this issue that the chair and many commenters raised, and that is just the challenges with lab performance. And so I'd be looking as we go forward to, how we can play a continuing role, working with the stakeholders and working with SWRCB and others about improvements, keeping in mind that, we're going through sort of a difficult period with the changes with ELAPS, the fees, and reduced number of laboratories, which is an evolution that was going to go on regardless. And so just keeping in mind sort of all these different moving parts. And then as we look at, I agree, there's that period of time before the test method even is required and incorporated in the permits, but maybe just a refresher on what that looks like, throughout the state, and where we do have some additional just embedded within implementation, some additional time, and then where there is discretion, which I suspect is not, because that's already embedded within the procedures itself. So I think an updated briefing, or if you want to go ahead and comment on that right now, I think that'd be helpful to hear some of your thoughts on those issues.
Yeah. In terms of the implementation in permits, it is currently being, TST and the Stereo, I guess the MMET is being implemented in several permits in the LA Regional Board permits. I think we had a slide in Katie's presentation on that. I think there were on the order of 11 permits, something like that, if I recall correctly. And I'll just note that the world hasn't come to an end in Region 4 as a result of implementation of the method. In terms of future permits, the provisions will go into effect as permits are renewed. We estimated the number that are expired and need to be renewed pretty high, but you may be aware that there's a backlog in renewing NPDES permits, so we don't anticipate a huge number being renewed this upcoming year. So I think, and I can get you those numbers. I don't have them off the top of my head, but we can certainly brief you on that. And we've already committed to coming back and briefing you next summer on implementation, and so we'll have more information at that point as well. I do want to take a minute to just maybe respond to a couple of the comments I heard.
Yeah, please.
Dee Dee, you mentioned you're concerned about capacity and lab performance. I want to make sure that the notion that we need the stellar, excellent labs and that's all we have accessible to us in the state is kind of a false notion. We have 6 labs that showed that they were capable of meeting the panel's expectations per the final report. 6 of the 12 participating labs, based both on their historical data and their performance in the study. And 2 of those are likely municipal labs. I will point out that those 2 municipal labs, their permit includes the TST and the MMET for Stereodaphnia. Therefore, they have had an incentive to improve their lab performance over time. So I think implementation is going to get us to that improvement, and I think we've got the attention of the community at this point. I will also point out that they've had 3 years of notice to take a look at their lab performance. These labs are all There are 15 at this point that are accredited as of last month in the state of California to conduct this test. Of those, there are, 12 of them are commercial labs, and we've noted that on average, about half of those meet expectations. So there is a need. I have no doubt and no argument that there's a need for more training and more lifting up the labs, but I don't think it is as dire as some of our stakeholders have indicated. And we're willing to work with labs. ELAP is willing to work with labs, and CASA has committed to partnering with us to continue to work with labs to get them up to speed. So I'm confident that we can get there. I have implemented these tests for many years, back in the day when I was cutting my teeth in the environmental realm, and they are not, it's not hard. It's not rocket science, I guess is how I would put it. But it does take, time and effort to get a lab up to speed and get your techs up to speed, and it's not trivial. So that would be I'm confident that we can get there.
I'd just like to add a little comment. Board Member Diadama, you were going back in history. I remember quite well that there was concern that this statistical approach could not be used reliably. That's where we were when we adopted this. I think you heard today that it can be used, and it is a method and statistical analysis that works reliably if you have high precision in your lab, which is exactly what we want, is high precision in the lab. I believe that we're in a different place than we were a few years ago, and I would encourage the board staff to work with the discharger community to up their contracting requirements. If the commercial labs are not meeting the mark to get them reliability, there is a financial incentive to change that, and working with our folks to make sure that their contracts with these commercial labs force them to take the time and effort to train their staff to be excellent. You can see that LA County Sand, they've had these in their permits for a long time. They are an excellent lab with this. I think we're in a different position than we were 3 years ago, and though I was not a big fan of doing another study 3 years ago, I think that it's shown that that it was worth the effort. We have now, I think, a consensus that the approach and the statistics are not fatally flawed.
Agreed, and appreciate bringing us back to that context, Vice Chair, because this is, I mean, the toxicity provisions were, I think, 14 years in development. I forget, 17. So, it was a moment where we really were still trying to bring everyone's confidence here, and I agree that the discussion has certainly advanced, and I want to acknowledge and thank those that have just really said, yeah, we can see you can do this reliably. There isn't a fundamental flaw with the test itself, and really getting to this variability and supportive labs. So that is a huge movement over these last years, and appreciate everyone's work with that. Board Member Morgan.
Just want to, take a moment to thank everyone for, working through the study. And, I wasn't on the board at the time of, the adoption and the, the beginning of the study. However, do remember the discussions at that time. And, I think, it's come a long way, and the study has, to me, was very beneficial. And, a lot of great information. And, I just want to note, it was just probably, Region 4, yes, they're doing well. They also were at that time a great supporter. They were already pushing and looking for the TST. So I would expect them to be far ahead. And so, just looking at the rest of the state, and and looking at the labs and, and so, so looking at the study, it came out with some best practices for the labs that are not just following what is currently in the ELAB, the test method. And so there's additional best practices that came out of the study. And so to me, that was a very, a positive, just looking at it and saying, okay, well, what, is there something more? And so, and so I am concerned that, these are best practices. There's not updating the method and putting it in the method and saying, hey, this is how it should be run. And so so there does need to be training, and want to see the, us work with the labs to get them trained, to bring them up to the level that the southern part of the state that really was behind, really put in support of pushing this forward and really working to get to where they are, to this excellent level, to get the rest of the state there also. And so, I also have, a concern, just with the costs and just looking at, basically doubling the replicates. That's an additional cost. And, so just going from 10 to 20, that's doubling it, that's, additional costs. And really wanted to understand better, we've talked about this, of that being additional costs, and understand better of the cost of looking at when you have that cost that you're putting up front. Well, how does that compare with the compliance costs where, yes, you're not getting, it's not considered to be out of compliance, but you're also taking a look to make sure that it is not, it's not a toxic result, that you are, is it a false positive? And so just previously taking a look at those costs and how did, and chasing down that. I mean, we're talking about tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars going into going through the procedures to take a look at that. And so just really want to understand the big picture of how do those costs compare? Because we have aging infrastructure. We have, there's a lot of competing costs. There's those that brought up ELAB costs. I'm really looking at the cost of aging infrastructure and where should we be putting the money of chasing down false positives, or should we be looking at putting the cost into our aging infrastructure and protecting water quality? At the end of the day, I want good labs, getting good results, getting, making sure that we're protecting water quality, we're doing what we should be doing with our facilities, and making sure that we are upgrading this aging infrastructure so that we are not harming water quality. And so, and then the other was, computer's going to turn off. Just looking at some of the, I think it was like on slide 24, where it was talking about the study constraints, and just like looking at the variability of dilution, the hardness of dilution water hardness, and some of these other things. To me, some of these things would be good to continue to follow up on, to have a better understanding of, just as moving forward. And I'm just remembering back, hardness was a big issue, and that was one of the things that would play into into whether or not samples would turn out to be falsely positive. And so just some of those, I know we had constraints, we had time constraints, we needed to move forward, and we had at the end a good study. Just looking at some of those constraints, I believe that it was good to identify those, but still follow up on those so that we're continuously improving, in that we can make sure that as we improve and we train labs, we get them to the caliber that they need to be. And I think that, the labs, not the labs, but looking at the permits, I believe, and I just wanted to confirm that I heard this, that there were also, one of the permits that were included with the 11 was the Central Valley's general permit, which there are 4 permits, well, 4 facilities within that permit that are within, that do have serial listed. So there's not just 11, that would be 14 because if we're looking at facilities, not just permits. And 4 of those are within the Central Valley. So it looks like the Central Valley has already started incorporating it into their permits also.
You're correct.
Okay. Yeah. And so we do have another region. And so we did hear from Ms. Mackey on the concerns within the Central Valley and the labs there also.
Yeah, and we'll continue to track and keep you all posted on how the implementation is going for those permits that already have these provisions incorporated into them. So we'll keep you posted.
Okay. And so with so I guess, and then that goes back to just, if you also could just get back to us just kind of like on the flexibility of that implementation. So as you're keeping us posted, you're looking, if we do see some, I'm not going to call them concerns, but just where, perhaps we're getting more need to get out there and do more training, where is the flexibility in that implementation for those permits that already do have the test incorporated? That would be good.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by flexibility and implementation.
If we're seeing that perhaps they're sending them to labs and that lab is still struggling where it needs more training and they're chasing down false positives, and they're spending a lot of money doing that.
Right, so we'll definitely keep track of violations. As you heard earlier in Annalisa Mo's presentation, it takes at least 2 samples within a month to be toxic in order for a violation to occur. We actually did the analysis in Appendix J to determine the likelihood of getting a violation from false positives, and the probability is extremely low, in the less than 1% chance. So yes, we will take stock, find out where violations are occurring, and if there is a correlation between violations occurring and a lab performance, we will certainly take note of that and track it down and see where there may be additional training or other investigation that needs to happen.
Thank you. That's helpful. I think also just those that are having to go and do that second sample. Thank you.
Thank you for that, board member. Looking to my fellow colleagues, board member Firestone.
I guess I'll just add also a thanks and just the immense engagement and expertise that was brought to this. I think huge value and learning and focus, and I think a common vision for how we are moving forward and the work we have left to do. I'll just say I, for one, don't feel like we should be, postponing continued implementation on the regulatory standards that we have. I think this is an incredibly useful tool, and we've got a lot of good recommendations and learning, but I wouldn't want us to reconsider the schedule that we have set forth. I think that helps to drive the improvements a lot more swiftly within the market and the lab community that need to happen. But I very much support the continued tracking and understanding and support we need to do to help everyone be successful here and reduce costs and understand how we're meeting the challenges we've identified. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Board member McGuire.
Yes, thank you all. I don't have too much to add to what was already shared from other board members, but I will say that clearly we've come a long way, and I'm really appreciate that this study was completed and that it's clearly been able to show that we are in a place to have greater confidence in the TST and the Serio test. So I think without this study, without having taken the last 3 years to make sure this was done right, we wouldn't be in this place today. I agree with you wholeheartedly, Mr. Bishop. So thank you for that. And that being said, it's a matter of where we go from here. And so it sounds like a lot of recommendations today that the regulated community was hearing for the first time that really haven't had a chance to weigh in on yet. There's a lot of recommendations built into the report. And it's a little unclear to me walking away from this meeting, what exactly will be implemented and how, and what the training and resources will look like here in the coming months. So one ask I guess I would have is a report back in less than a year. I know that was the commitment on the first year of implementation, but maybe we could hear a little sooner how some of these efforts are evolving over time, whether that's a briefing or another check-in here at a board meeting. I'm open to that, but I think I would like to hear how some of the specifics are moving forward. And one of those was, I think we heard from Mr. Bedore, was on the performance metrics and how those might be able to be used as a tool to help labs gauge where they're at in the exceeds expectations versus do not exceed expectations dynamic. And I would imagine that most of the regulated community is going to want to look and ensure labs are on the higher end of that spectrum. So they have greater confidence in the testing that they're having done. So I don't know, Ms. Mogus, if you have any thoughts on the performance metrics aspect there at this point, but I would be interested in hearing more about how and if that type of data-driven hierarchy could be used going forward to help provide greater confidence to the regulated community.
Well, I would argue that we should have been looking at these performance metrics all along, and good labs do already. And I think most of the labs that were participating in the study and are accredited in California to do the method are probably looking at their performance metrics at some level. So what we plan to do, and we need to talk more with CASA because I think, we don't have the resources by ourselves to implement all of these recommendations, but we'll rely on the partners that have helped us get through this study, both the regulated community and the labs, to implement the recommendations. But I think one of the things that we can do is daylight the recommendations in a guidance document, provide those resources broadly, make sure that even labs that didn't participate in the study, there are a few, have the information and know what they're going to be assessed against. I do not recommend they become some sort of regulation or accrediting threshold, but certainly, it's a quality assurance type of measure that everyone should be using to assess their own lab, for regulated community to assess labs that they're going to contract with, for municipal labs to make sure that they're performing at a level that is appropriate for compliance data. So our plan, yes, we mentioned a guidance document. It's not going to be long. It's going to be a lot of information pointing to other pieces of information, but we certainly can provide a webinar that can be recorded, that can be made available. Again, we're going to look at ways that we can implement some sort of intercalibration with the regulated community on a regular basis, in addition to the PT testing, the model being the Southern California Stormwater Monitoring Coalition already does this, and work with their labs and see what we can establish for the toxicity labs. I lost my train of thought. There was one more thing I wanted to say. And then just training generally, back in the day when I was doing this kind of work, the Society of Environmental Toxicology and Chemistry provided workshops regularly. We are hoping to partner with maybe US EPA and get some small seed money to get that program sort of established now in a regular training program that, again, as Katie mentioned in her presentation, the hope that we would have some sort of self-sustaining training program that allows labs to access a consistent training program for all of their staff, and again, bring everybody up to level. So we don't have it all figured out. We're committing to working with our partners to continue to improve.
Thank you very much. That's really helpful to hear and encouraging, and wholeheartedly agree with the direction. I know we also heard a lot of requests about the MMET extension for another 2 years. I'm not going to weigh in on that today either. I am, though, do feel a sense of urgency with the training, getting the resources out there, helping to bring the labs up that have not quite met the bar quite yet as quickly as possible. And I do remember seeing Ms. Mackey's map of the Central Valley and all the POTWs there, and only 2 labs it looked like from what I could see, even in the area, that are able to provide this service. So I think it's absolutely critical that we reach out quickly and as soon as we're ready to help assist those labs, as they're going to be providing support to many dischargers in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, board member. Ms. Norberg King, I see you on the platform here. We were kind of wrapping up some board member feedback, but would be glad to take your comment here before we transition off the item.
I had a brief comment from before and my video and stuff crashed, so I apologize for that. But I was one of the members of the expert panel, and I just wanted to say that I think we did, this study turned out a lot better than my predictions could have occurred or thought. I think the other thing is that all of the labs that didn't get into that group of 4, that doesn't mean they're bad labs. I think that's the one message, is that all of these labs are able to do this test, and they may just need to tweak some things and do some things. But to keep in mind that this study doesn't dictate how they'll do forever. You know, the idea of investments are past performance doesn't indicate future performance. I think you need to keep that in mind. I think the site visits that we did were highly informative to us, and I was one of the people who did the site visit. I think that was extremely informative to the whole process, and as a developer of the Seradaphnia test myself, I'm glad to see that we were able to have so much success. And so I'll let you go back to your stuff. I just wanted to get that little 2 cents in.
No rush in the least. I really appreciate your contributions to this, and just, I know, again, there's going to be a lot of ongoing work, and to acknowledge what Board Member McGuire was requesting, and just, you know, we're in a mode of collective learning together. So ensuring that we're synthesizing that and providing these, the work that's gone into all of this as a benefit to the rest of the community is going to be really important, so that we continue to iterate. And to your good point, then here, it is a process that we're in, and it is about, you know, not so quickly trying to use the data to say, you know, there's only 4 exceptional, that means that all is sort of lost amongst it. I think that, to your point, even those labs that didn't perform as well are here in it with us, and I'm glad there's some anonymity there so people can continue to feel confident to provide us information and work to do better. And not just be judged at this snapshot, both for the program and also the labs generally. So thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Norberg King, and look forward to, again, what's going to be a lot more discussion here, I know, amongst us. So thank you. I think with that, we wrap up our item, unless there's anything anyone else would like to, you know, comment on anything that's been heard. But then otherwise, just thank you incredibly. I know this, again, the robustness of the discussion this morning indicates how important the work is, and again, how much participation we have, and it means a lot. Appreciate it. Let's go ahead and take a lunch. And before we get to our next 2 items, and thank the Delta Water Master and our lead scientists as well for hanging on here over the lunch. And we'll take about 45 minutes ish. So let's come back at 1:10 and we'll call it, you know, good amongst it. So 1:15, just almost an hour. That's okay. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you here at 1:15. All right, everyone. It is 1:17. We can come back. I hope everyone had a nice long lunch. I know I did. Really appreciate the company. And let's move into our now here item number 5, which is an update from the Office of the Delta Water Master. We followed by item number 6, which is our quarterly Delta Stewardship Council Lead Scientist update. So invite you both up, you as well at this point. So thank you. Really good to see you.
Great. Mr. Chair, board members, delighted to be with you this afternoon to give you an update on some issues in the Delta and kind of pick up where our last conversation left off a few months ago. Let's see here. What I want to focus on today is really talking about where we are with respect to water year reporting for water year 22 and heading into water year 23 reporting and our methodology to go in that direction. And I'm delighted to have Dr. Larson here with me today because I think I also want to use the opportunity today to engage in a discussion with you about important science initiatives that I think can help advance collaborative work in the Delta. Next slide, please. So in undertaking the Open ET water reporting effort in the Delta, I do want to give credit to my predecessor, Michael George, for this effort that really began in 2017. And it began around the organization of a Delta experimental water data consortium, really to sort through what we understand about gauging from siphon pumps in the Delta, what we understand from ET methodologies, what we understand from tailwater pumping and other methodologies, and putting all that together in a very open, collaborative dialogue across a wide range of stakeholders. And we're very pleased with our results in terms of advancing this platform for an integrated single source, single place for both, ultimately both appropriative and riparian rights reporting to begin to get away from the masking of actual consumptive use in the Delta or inflated values around water data reporting with the aim of inflating water rights. And so I think that what we're really seeing through this exercise is a truing up of water data in the Delta that is really encouraging across multiple purposes. And we're doing this in a way that continues at its center to have the Water Data Consortium really making recommendations to this office for all of our work, experiments, refinements, and as a clearinghouse for questions about what we do know and what we don't know. And I am pleased to say that based upon the results of the Water Year 22 reporting, we are planning to use the deltaacp.com platform as an integrated place for both reporting of appropriative use as well as riparian use. And that is particularly important in the Delta, where almost all water rights holders hold both rights. So if we might go to the next slide, please. And this didn't fall out of the sky, or in some ways maybe it did with the involvement of NASA in the project. But it really was an extraordinary collaboration with NASA, Desert Research Institute, Habitat 7, Open ET experts from around the country, and Environmental Defense Fund. And most importantly, it also had the active involvement and the Central and South Delta water agencies who ultimately became the sponsors of this project, really intellectually and financially in order to advance its application in the Delta. And so I think that's one of the most important lessons we've learned is that you have to have this broad science-based investment as well as inclusion of the principal water agencies representing diverters in the system to buy in or it won't succeed. Next slide, please.
Thank you, and hopefully it remains in the air when it comes to the satellites that are so dependent upon that.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. Without them, the reliability of this data comes into immediate question. So But I think I want to step back and say, why OpenET? Why focus on consumptive use? And I think the principal benefits to this is, as I look at the board and its policy role in setting an agenda for reconciliation of our water needs in California, that what we've found through the consortia's experience is that the application of OpenET reduces user cost, provides real-time data about the status of water conditions in the Delta. It's consistent, reliable, and credible across all stakeholders, and fundamentally aligns a place of diversion with a place of use in a way that has not heretofore happened in California. And so this data then becomes useful for almost any purpose in terms of looking at water budget analytics in the Delta. Next slide, please. Finally, as we look at this continuing question around some advocates for, well, if it's not gauged, do we really understand it? And what we're understanding more and more in the Delta is that we need to really localize our understanding of consumptive use. And then once localized, understand the next island's consumptive use and work out from there in kind of a concentric circles framework in order to get to an equation where we actually understand net Delta consumptive use of water. And so that's really, I think, the strength of the OpenET platform and the deltaacp.com reporting dynamic of bringing all water users into the same reporting framework. Let's go to the next slide, please. So here's where we are. This is, as of today, we're actually hitting pretty close to 75% of the 1,300 water rights holders in the Delta are reporting on the Delta ACP platform. That is, I think I told you I'd hope to get to 80% in our first year of adoption, so we didn't get quite there. But I will note that we also have alternative compliance programs for reporting of both the Department of Water Resource and its islands in the Delta and metropolitan water districts. So significantly, in that orange pie slice, you would find Metropolitan and the Department of Water Resources, both of which have committed to report on the Delta ACP platform next year. And so I think it's not unrealistic that we can get all reporters into this system, or let me say all, 90% of reporters onto the Delta ACP platform, and well over 90% in terms of consumptive use and indexing actual usage in the Delta. So this chart is very encouraging, I think, in terms of where we are in year one of adoption. And again, it wouldn't have been possible without the active involvement, especially of the Central and South Delta water management agencies. Next slide, please. So I also want to return to an analog because this helps also answer why OpenET is important as a methodology. And I think that critically, you all, as a board, need to have an indexing tool to really fundamentally understand, again, both localized and regional consumptive use in the Delta. And that's the strength of the OpenET platform. And having this cross-check of these satellites coming over and telling us what the ET conditions actually are at any particular moment in a given week in checking on soil conditions and moisture and having the software underneath it that's become so much more reliable in the last 4 or 5 years. I think all of you may be aware of the UC Davis study that was done in 2016 via putting together a couple of different evapotranspiration models, but with a 40% error bar. And so the technology has come so far in truing up our actual understanding of what the evapotranspiration is in the Delta that it's really remarkable. So I think we just need to acknowledge that the pace of technology, I think, really gives us something to be optimistic about in the sense of water data in the world today. And the project, the Delta Drought Response pilot program that just went through its second year, virtually doubling the scope of study from year one, looking at 6,400 acres and how various drought response strategies, so fallowing, crop substitution, or other deficit irrigation practices, and what the water yield is, and importantly, what the yield of water savings or savings that benefits net channel flow actually costs. What does it cost for that acre foot of water to make a difference? And those numbers are really important for us to understand in thinking about where we place incentives in the system for conservation. Next slide, please. So I want to say, I think this OpenET laboratory that Michael George got started and that has now evolved to deltaacp.com and a wide range of ancillary projects. I noted the Desert Drought Response Program, or the Delta Drought Response Program of the last 2 years. But UC Davis is involved also with other ET programs. They are also doing field level testing to true up what the satellites are telling us so that we actually can look at a comparative basis of what the satellite readings are telling us about ET and correlate that with on the ground telemetry. And so we can really put together a much more complete picture. And again, I think what I am very proud of and happy to work with Dr. Larson and the Delta Science Program and many others on. I really feel like we're getting close to being able to use OpenET as an indexing platform to much better understand consumptive use across the Delta and what the right strategies are to both recognize appropriate water rights and recognize appropriate policy actions in order to keep the system in balance. And so in that regard, I think the voluntary agreements, this moment of updating the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, provides a really important moment in time for the board to look at the importance of science investments that are accessible, science investments that bring all stakeholders to the table, much in the model of the Delta Science Consortia, and provide a high level of accessibility to better understand the hydrodynamics of the Delta and system response. What do different habitat projects in different places mean in the Delta, above the Delta? And so I think we just have a really exciting moment in time here to use tools like the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee to help integrate the science and to help make that much more transparent, bring in accountability in how this incredible water dynamic around the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan is really recognized and evaluated and helps us over a period really begin to recognize where we're making a difference and where we're not seeing reaction in the system. And hopefully that the management of the science, the governance of that science, where that becomes so important, is allowing us to fail quickly in some places and hoping that we have the ability to do that and to really engage in bold experimentation that is governed in an open and transparent and accessible way for all stakeholders in California water. So with that, that's my moment here with you, and I'm happy to answer questions on where we're headed in our portfolio of experiments with OpenET.
Really appreciate it, Mr. Ziegler. I know there is an incredible amount going on, and to your point, a lot of excitement. I certainly feel that. I think we have a real opportunity to, we're in a living laboratory and in some really critical times and moments around our discussions, and being able to afford ourselves projects like OpenET, which is synthesizing the best of the science and information available and completing our picture in a way that is lower cost. And importantly here, growers themselves have really here contributed to and identified for themselves a lower cost, important way of gathering one of the most critical data points we can, which is really what's happening with consumptive use, not just in the Delta, but throughout the state. And as we administer rights, as we have these really difficult discussions around reconciling and balancing the system that we know is out of balance, this is all just incredibly appreciated and here contributing to what is a really important moment. And so I just appreciate taking the baton from Michael George, the good groundwork that it's taken years, and we have to recognized to even get to a moment where we have a tool like OpenET, let alone where we have water users themselves identifying their place of use, which that place of use, as we update our water rights data system, is so critical because that is the digitization of place of use that we need to see throughout the water rights system. And to have, again, growers themselves say, yes, we can engage with these tools, and seeing already the benefits of that is heartening to see. So just thank you for just continuing to take up that baton. I look to my fellow board colleagues, though, if they have any questions or comments for the Water Master, and as well our board member McGuire virtually here. Just need to raise your hand if you want to talk. Vice Chair.
Thank you for the report. It's always good to hear from you. I think the only question that I have is with the ideas, the preliminary thoughts that you have on science and open sharing of this information. What are you doing to coordinate with our Division of Water Rights staff that's putting together the Bay Delta Plan, and how, maybe to showcase this for others, stakeholders that have been very much engaged in that process as well? Just looking for, integration as opposed to layering yet another initiative.
Board Member Dadama, thank you for that question, because I think that we are very closely integrated with the division in this process. We've had a very open engagement with the division. As you know, my colleague Lindsay Kameyer is now actually working in the drought section in the Upward Data Modernization Program. So she brings to that program a really deep understanding of some of the challenges that we experienced in developing the place of use, place of diversion shapefiles, for example, and how that information can fit within the bigger Upward Cal Waters project. And so we have a very active dialogue with the division across the space to really use our effort as something of a beta model in how to get to better adoption with digitized shapefiles for place of diversion and place of use, really identifying all of those values in one accessible place. And I think if there was one thing that I had to do over again, I wish that we had developed sort of a beta model experience, and we will have that for you next year, to be able to share the user experience, because you have to have your code to actually work in the software model. That is, everything we're doing is active, data protected, consistent with the board protocols. And so it's not really a shareable experience in terms of of how you would file your water data report. So one of the things that we're going to work on with Division is actually sharing this experience in a modular way, so that you could go on to either the Delta Watermaster site or the deltaacp.com site and actually have that user experience in understanding how the data works and how it assimilates with the rest of the data coming in the Delta and that platform. So really closely aligned. I think I am 100% interdependent with the division at this juncture in terms of really integrating our efforts and wrapping up this water data year, which again, I think if there's another lesson that we learned, we opened up the filing window when the software really had passed all of its functionality tests between intersecting with the board's API and the ability to use an external site and have appropriate controls in April. And I'm here in mid-October telling you we're just wrapping up. So it's been a challenge, but it's also been a learning journey with all of the participants in the effort along the way. And I think I would go out on a limb to say that all of the users in the system, and the biggest impediment to adoption is helping people understand how to develop these shape files and how to actually align them with a place of use. And so that's really been our learning lesson. And so we're sharing all of that experience very openly with the division, and just really delighted to see Lindsay in this new role where she can be really something of a conduit in really translating virtually all of our experience into the practical work of Upward and Cal Waters.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ziegler. Looking to fellow board colleagues for any further comment or question. Okay, we can move to the update from Dr. Larson. Good to see you today.
Thank you. Nice to be here, and a little bit bittersweet as well, as this is going to be my last quarterly update to this board. And I just want to thank you all for your support over the last 3 years and your interest in what I've brought. And it's been a really great collaboration and given me a lot of hope for the state. If we could get the next slide, I'll just give you a preview of the many things I'm going to talk about since the last update. I'm going to start out with a bit of an update on what's happening with the Delta Independent Science Board, as well as our ongoing workshops and seminars. I'm going to talk a little bit about salinity management, harmful algal blooms, and this integrated modeling framework strategy that's going to be presented at the DPIC meeting on November 7th. And then some other ongoing activities of the science program, the upcoming release of our proposal solicitation, peer reviews that we're currently conducting, and an upcoming Delta Breeze newsletter release that touches on a lot of topics that are of interest to the Water Board. And then finally, I'm going to conclude with a quick spotlight on some recent research. So next slide, starting with the Delta Independent Science Board update. I am pleased to report that we will soon be welcoming a new member to the Delta ISB after Steve Brandt term limits out in January. It's not finalized yet, but Dr. Kenny Rose is going to be recommended to the Delta Stewardship Council for appointment to the Delta Independent Science Board in January. He was a unanimous selection of the recruitment committee. He brings a lot of expertise in fisheries and modeling. He is an expert in bioenergetics modeling in particular, but the work that he's done is quite wide-ranging and spans many complex social ecological systems and estuaries across the U.S., including southern Louisiana, most recently the Chesapeake. He's also served on previous high-profile reviews and boards, including a National Academy of Sciences review of the Edwards Aquifer, which is another highly contested place, highly contested resource. And he's no stranger to the Delta either. He has previously served on review panels for interior Delta flows and related stressors in order to inform the Bay Delta Plan back in 2014. And then also in 2012, he was on a panel on Bay Delta fishery resources for potential changes to the Bay Delta Plan. So we hope to be welcoming him very soon. Next slide.
I look forward to seeing him again. Actually, when I was in Maryland recently for convening at University of Maryland around their collaboratorium, we had a dinner and Dr. Rose was there. And so
Great.
it was great to be able to meet him. When he had mentioned that he would be joining the ISB soon, I clapped and he noted I was the only one that clapped. And I said, it was because we love the company. We love the company. And importantly, the expertise, and really fortunate that we have national expertise that we're able to draw into the estuary, and that you have people like Dr. Rose so willing to come and join in what is an incredibly important time. So just
That's right,
looking forward to continuing to see him. Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you for
Larson.
those words. He's definitely going to be an asset to the board. With respect to the board's ongoing reviews, they are advancing on 3 of these, and there are major things happening with all 3. The first review is on managing subsided lands in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, where the focus is how might we better manage water, better manage inundation, better manage land practices on Delta Islands in order to really stabilize the land and protect this potential barrier against tidal inflow to the Delta. So there's going to be a workshop that I have another slide about a little bit later. It's coming up this week, October 19th and 20th at the Westin Sacramento. It is a hybrid workshop, so you could tune in online to that one. Next month,
the ISB is getting ready to host another workshop on Delta food webs in order to support their ongoing review on scientific and management implications of upper trophic level interactions within Delta food webs. So whereas previous studies have predominantly focused on lower trophic levels of the food web, plankton, algae, and so on, the ISB recognized that there's a pretty big gap in understanding what drives upper trophic levels, and they've opted to make that their focus. And then their third review is on the science behind decision-making under deep uncertainty, where the focus is increasing the capacity to anticipate and adapt to increasing major uncertainty of future conditions in the Bay Delta system. And to support that review, they've been holding an ongoing series of seminars that I also have a subsequent slide on. So next slide. So the subsidence workshop, as I mentioned, is coming up this week at the Westin, and there's a registration link also available on the council's website for virtual attendance. There's going to be 4 focus areas that are a focus of the review and will be supported through this workshop. So one is these land practices, land stabilization practices and experiments, and this includes things like managed soil inundation, active subsidence reversal through wetland restoration, and through establishment of floating peats. The second focus area is on the biogeochemistry of greenhouse gas emissions. So what are the factors that impact these greenhouse gas emissions and net carbon sequestration among different inundation practices and different restoration practices as well? One of the things that that has been found by the scientific community is that once you restore a wetland, it could take up to 6 decades, sometimes longer, for that wetland to actually become a carbon sink instead of an emitter of methane. But that number really varies depending on wetland restoration practices. And so that's one area that is explored in this second topic. The third is looking at incentives like carbon markets and other climate and agricultural policies in order to encourage practices that result in subsidence reversal and greenhouse gas sequestration. And this includes things like the incorporation of polluticulture into farming operations. And then fourth is to evaluate landscape scale implications of subsidence management in the Delta. Next slide, please. This is a quick preview of the workshop agenda, and you can see those 4 different areas that I just discussed reflected in the 4 different panels that are being held. And I'm happy to report that Jay Ziegler is going to serve on the 4th panel and be presenting on the open ET work, particularly about questions about water usage when flooding islands for purposes of subsidence reversal. And so I'm really interested. I'm not going to be able to attend the workshop myself, unfortunately, but I'm really interested to catch up on the recording after I get back. Next slide. I also mentioned that I would share with you some more information on the decision-making under deep uncertainty seminar series. The ISB has now held 4 of these seminars that you could see on the right-hand side of the screen. Since my last report, the 2 have been a seminar on cognitive bias in scenario development that featured Dr. Jody Wong of the RAND Corporation and Dr. Andrew Parker, also of the RAND Corporation. The most recent seminar was a seminar featuring Brett Milligan of UC Davis, who was talking about the use of participatory scenario development to support thinking about alternative futures and doing decision-making under deep uncertainty. The final seminar in the series is coming up on December 6th, focused on dynamic adaptive planning, and this features 3 colleagues in the Netherlands, Dr. Marjolein Hasnoot, Dr. Karen Bolter, and Dr. Catherine Roscoe. So tune in to those via Zoom if you can. There will be a link distributed via the Council's listserv, and you could also navigate to the Delta Stewardship Council's YouTube page to find recordings of all of these past seminars. Next slide. So in terms of major
initiatives of the science program, and in particular, the major initiatives that I've really been spearheading in my time as lead scientist, one of those is moving towards a collaborative adaptive management approach to managing salinity in the Delta during times of extended drought, recognizing that there are many knobs we could turn, many tools at our disposal to effectively manage salinity, including nature-based solutions, traditional engineering solutions like operation of gates and construction of the emergency drought barrier, which is in the background of the photo. There are many policy levers as well that impact salinity management in the Delta. And so we've been, the premise behind this workshop series is that we've had to do a lot of this management for salinity in the Delta during drought under emergency conditions. But there's an opportunity to be creative in how we manage salinity in a way that maximizes multiple benefits. And that requires a long-term scenario planning and evaluation approach that is collaborative, it's participatory, it spans many agencies, and also takes into account trade-offs that usually aren't considered when faced with having to make these emergency decisions. So we held the first workshop in our salinity management workshop series in spring of 2022. We're getting ready to hold the next workshop in spring of 2024 and have been working with a planning committee that includes representatives from the State Water Resources Control Board to develop the agenda for that workshop. It's reasonably finalized at this point, but the focus is going to be really twofold. One focus is on human dimensions of salinity management. What are the values and perspectives? Who is impacted by these different salinity management strategies? And then the second focus is on a new modeling tool that the Delta Science Program has sponsored RMA and the Department of Water Resources to develop, which enables us to represent feedback between salinity management decisions that impact the spatial distribution of salinity in the Delta and system-wide operations. And this is a tool that will enable us to be much more flexible with the range of future scenarios that we consider, and will allow us to overlay different levels of sea level rise with wetland restoration in different locations within the Delta, with the installation and operation of multiple barriers. So they're going to be presenting a limited subset of scenario results that use this tool. One of those is going to be a scenario that's quite close to the Delta Adapts restoration scenario. And there will be an opportunity for workshop participants to scrutinize these results, to really think about, you know, what's not being shown by these models? How could we better present the results? What would they like to see visualized? What metrics would they like us to track? And then the final part of that workshop is going to focus on the next steps of this collaborative adaptive management process. And we're looking at putting out a white paper that outlines some of the scientific gaps that might need to be filled in order to better think through these scenarios. There will be recommendations for specific scenarios that should be evaluated in a long-term collaborative adaptive management process. And we'll also be presenting results of this research that the Delta Science Program has funded for developing these new modeling tools, and also for conducting interviews to really get at that human dimension of salinity management. I will say that to prepare for those workshops, the science program hosted some focused working groups. One was in the evening, one was during the day in late August. And there we heard a lot from both the technical community. We heard from engineers at Department of Water Resources, a lot of specifics around the use of barriers to control salinity. And then we also heard quite a bit from the agricultural community, particularly around thoughts surrounding polluticulture and subsidence reversal and some of the competing factors that are at play during drought in minimizing consumptive water use, but also needing to stymie subsidence on Delta islands. So it was a really interesting set of conversations. In terms of next steps, we're very fortunate in that a research team from 4 different UCs was funded
by the University of California Office of the President to actually go through a collaborative adaptive management scenario visioning process. And that team, I've reported on them before, but their project is called Just Transitions in Large Social Ecological Systems, Drought, Sea Level Rise, and Salinity in the Delta. The current PI for that project is Brett Milligan at UC Davis. And that team is actively conducting interviews right now that are focused on making sure that we're considering the suite of drivers that should be considered for salinity management. They're trying to understand what future policy changes might come into play that we should really be looking at using these models. And then this is leading up to a spring workshop that's going to be probably a couple of months after that DSP workshop, in which the initial scenarios that are going to be modeled are co-produced. And this is going to be an iterative process over the next 4 years of working with diverse communities to co-produce scenarios, using models to help think through the consequences of those scenarios, and then revising those scenarios. And that team is also putting together an advisory committee that includes staff from the Water Board. So next slide. Another thing that we've reported to portions of the Water Board on pretty recently are a Delta cyano harmful algal blooms monitoring strategy that the Delta Science Program has been producing. And this strategy really recognizes that there is a need for multi-agency collaboration on the monitoring that we do for harmful algal blooms in order to be able to predict when and where those blooms are going to occur, and in some cases mitigate their occurrence. And so this initiative really comes from two different imperatives within the science action agenda that call for developing a framework for monitoring, modeling, and information dissemination in support of operational forecasting, and then one that is more specific to harmful algal blooms. That includes identifying impacts on human and ecosystem health and well-being and testing possible mitigation strategies. Next slide. We recognize that there are two key knowledge gaps at play, and one is lack of routine monitoring data, which is the greatest impediment to making progress on these priority areas. And in particular, there's not enough data or information in order to be able to identify realistic mitigation approaches or develop forecasting. Next slide. The monitoring strategy, which is currently in draft form and has already been circulated to staff within the Division of Water Rights and the Office of Information Management, the strategy has a 3 to 5 year horizon to be able to make progress on management needs. And some of the goals and objectives are to identify funding to implement a coordinated monitoring strategy and also to identify a lead agency or individual for implementation. Next slide. So some of the outcomes that are widely hoped for are to be able to understand what mitigation actions are appropriate for the Delta, but also really supporting this is this underlying need to have consistent and cohesive data collection at priority locations prior to being able to make recommendations on how to solve the problem. Next slide. One recent development that our community is very excited about is that a HABS monitoring plan, which is different from the strategy, but was being developed in coordination with the strategy by SFEI and the USGS and DWR. The development of this monitoring plan and associated monitoring has been funded through a one-time grant from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And so the title of this project is Expanded Harmful Algae Monitoring in the San Francisco Estuary. There's a fact sheet online, which I was basically screen capturing here, but there's 4 components to this project, which involves supplementation or enhancement of existing monitoring data sources,
with new tools, including remote sensing tools, water quality sensors, molecular and DNA-based methods, and community science monitoring. They'll be building an online HABS dashboard and a decision support tool, and hoping that this work will yield increased process level understanding, as well about how HABs are transported through the Delta and how these blooms develop. In addition, they'll be convening a management transition advisory group in order to support this ongoing development of a long-term coordinated HABs strategy. So very exciting development there. I'm going to pivot now with the next slide and talk about another major initiative that I've been spearheading as lead scientist, which is developing coordinated modeling efforts. So this, I feel like this is a very similar conversation to the conversation around this need to develop coordinated monitoring. Both are really grounded in a need to move forward on this vision of one Delta, one science, work across agency policy mandates and agency boundaries to produce a common and trusted scientific basis that supports decision-making. And we need this with the modeling that we use for water allocations planning, for endangered species management, for water quality planning, as well as for monitoring. The modeling collaboratory itself has been a long-standing community science priority. It's present in our science action agenda, our current science action agenda and current Delta Science Plan, but it actually dates back to an action in the original Delta Science Plan in 2013. And even before that has been an imperative of the Bay Delta Modeling Forum, which preceded the California Water and Environmental Modeling Forum during the CalFed era. So this is an initiative that dates back decades. Next slide. When I say collaboratory, a lot of times eyes glaze over, but what is really meant here by collaboratory is, I don't think I'm going to read this text directly, but it's more a collection of resources that allow us to integrate different types of models, to make them more transparent, to develop a common set of quality assured, quality controlled data that forces the model, common sets of model domains. So this collection of cyber infrastructure tools, it's a collection of human resources, including a coordinator, scientific computing support, community engagement support, and a set of best practices that you could think of as, facilitating open science with the practice of modeling that would underlie our modeling community and allow us to work together more effectively and actually to use models to help us do this decision-making under deep uncertainty and forecasting and scenario planning. There have been a few key developments in my time as lead scientist on this vision. One key development to be aware of is that there's just been widespread recognition that goes beyond California, goes beyond the Delta, on the importance of participatory processes in adaptive governance and adaptive planning. And the need to really be more inclusive in who we're considering in our science and who is involved in those planning processes. And so that element has been incorporated into the more recent vision for the collaboratory. A second key development here is that, we've seen climate disasters occur in California with increasing frequency. There have been increasing challenges that we've had to deal with, including extended drought, extreme floods, and so on, which underscores the need for models to support the way we think about conditions that are very different from what we've seen in the past. And then the third development is that the legislature has recognized these challenges and also recognized the potential importance of agency, academic, community partnerships and awarded a $100 million allocation to the University of California system in order to competitively fund projects that would help California meet its climate resiliency goals by producing actionable research. And if we go to the next slide, I'm happy to report that the largest of the projects that were awarded funding through this initiative is a project that has great relevance to the Sacramento-San Joaquin system and to the Delta. And this is the Co-Equal project, which stands for Collaboratory for Equity in Water Allocations. This is funding that will really kickstart the development of a collaboratory, and I'll talk about how it fits into the overall vision in a few more slides. I should say that as the lead scientist, I was involved in coordinating the project team that put together this grant. That team is now up and running independently of myself. And I just wanted to bring this to your attention because it is a project that the State Water Board is involved in as a critical partner. DWR is also involved. And I'll say a little bit more about how. This whole project is really about daylighting the water allocations models that are used principally by the Department of Water Resources and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation here. And making those models more transparent, making them available, and then making a wide range of scenarios for future water allocations available that permute different climate scenarios with different operational alternatives. And these operational alternatives address things like wetland restoration, salinity barriers, conveyance is an alternative that we need to be considering, environmental functional flows, some of the forthcoming changes we might be seeing with altered regulations and water rights, and then also an increased push towards water conservation. These scenarios are going to be available as a library that's accessible through a user interface. And then there are 3 different teams that are working on taking that information and making projections about trade-offs for drinking water for vulnerable communities that are connected to the water projects. Trade-offs associated with salinity management, and this is where that Just Transitions research team is integrated into this project. And then trade-offs associated with recovery of Chinook salmon. Throughout this process, the team will be espousing a participatory, multi-community engagement approach, both in the development of the scenarios and in their analysis. Next slide. So this project does embrace this idea of the importance behind agency academic community partnerships. It's a university-led project which enables them to truly be policy agnostic and broadly consider the range of policies that might be plausible or are being talked about, but would be politically challenging for any one agency potentially to model. So that independence, I think, is really critical to this project's success. There are a number of agencies and water users, water utilities that have partnered with this project and actually invested cost sharing in this project. And then there are a large number of community groups that the team has already engaged, and they're in the process of trying to cast that net even wider right now. Next slide. The team is going to use a structured decision-making process to identify scenarios, evaluate them, and iterate on them. And I don't want to get into too much detail here, but what you're looking at on the right here is just maybe a snapshot of the sort of information that could come out of this library. So on the vertical axis, you have potential hydroclimate futures, so just a number of different hydroclimate futures. On the horizontal axis, you've got operations and management futures. And then each one of those larger boxes within that matrix represents all the different nodes within the CalSim system. So all the different points at which we're tracking water allocations. And what we'll be able to get out of this scenario design is essentially a map of like what is the demand for water in any one unit that's related to the size of one of the smaller squares, and then how much of that demand is being met by this water allocation scenario, which is the blue or the gray shading inside each one of those squares. So there's going to be a number of different ways that these results are visualized. This is kind of a snapshot approach. And if we go to the next slide, you'll see a mock-up, and this is before we've really done any of the work, but a mock-up of what sort of features could be accessible through the user interface, which is going to be coordinated with the CalAdapt platform. So different ways of selecting scenarios based on climate or what sort of priorities you might have for operations. Different ways of looking at results in terms of geographic location or in terms of vulnerability with respect to surface water delivery or groundwater availability. Next slide. Now, this co-equal project is something that I view as an influx of funds that could really kickstart the process of developing the collaboratory. But it is focused on this specific water allocations challenge, so it's not as broad as the range of problems that could benefit from collaborative modeling. And there are a number of cross-cutting agency needs that are not necessarily being met by the co-equal project alone. So I've been working on drafting a strategy document that I'm going to be presenting at the November 7th DPIC meeting that makes suggestions on how to move from this initial project to the next step, which is a long-term resource that would be available to serve the needs of the agency management community as well as decision makers that are not associated with agencies. So this draft strategy will continue to emphasize the importance of these agency academic community partnerships, participatory scenario planning, and will suggest a governance structure with leadership that is independent of agencies with policy agendas. Recommendations will include support for a coordinator, scientific computing staff support, and community engagement staff, and adoption of a working group model that might be similar to the model that SWRCB, the National Center for Socio-Ecological Synthesis, has operated under. So funds would be available to support working groups advancing priorities of agencies and/or priorities that are outlined in the Science Action Agenda. We will also be recommending a multi-agency steering committee and technical advisory committee. We've already released an integrated modeling framework workshop summary, which is available on the Delta Stewardship Council's website and includes transcripts of the different sessions and breakout groups. Next slide. And this slide just outlines the overall vision of the collaboratory that has emerged from our integrated modeling framework workshop series, from previous memos that were put out by the Delta Science Program, and also ongoing interviews that we've been holding. This does get pretty technical, so I'm not going to go into detail here, but it outlines the type of tools and human resources and best practices that have been called for across these multiple fora, and shows what the co-equal and just transitions projects are producing as a subset of what we've heard is needed. Next slide. Okay, briefly, I'm just going to go through other program activities. And one is that we're getting ready to release our funding solicitation. So the Delta Science Program is one of the largest funders of Delta Science within this community. And we have biennial proposal solicitations for competitive research awards. We will be releasing this final solicitation in 2023. We're going through the contracting process right now. This solicitation does recognize that social science and community groups have been historically underfunded in the past, and so it emphasizes co-production and participatory research. To facilitate that, we have an active survey that is out right now with responses due by November 1st. So if there are any researchers out there that have projects in mind and would like to partner with tribal organizations or community-based organizations, but don't really know how to make those connections, we're willing to help with that matchmaking process. And so we've gotten some interesting submissions already through this survey and are actively working to help researchers make those connections. So help us spread the word on that. This solicitation has about $6 million in funds available for projects that are responsive to the Science Action Agenda. So stay tuned. Next slide. We also have a number of ongoing peer reviews, which are reviews that other agencies ask us to do and contract us to do. We have rigorous processes around convening independent review panels that are described in one of the appendices of the Delta Science Plan. And currently we have a few high-profile reviews occurring. So one that we just completed is independent peer review of the State Water Project Delivery Capacity Report, which is a report used by the Department of Water Resources for their 30-year planning within the State Water Project. Part one of the review focused on different methods for adjusting historical hydrological data to a changing climate, whereas part two focused on risk-informed climate change scenarios to model performance of the State Water Project system in a way that better accounts for uncertainty in some of these climate projections. And all reviews are currently available on the Delta Science Program website. Next slide. We also recently conducted the final public meeting, the final panel meeting for the water temperature modeling platform review that we're conducting for the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. The midterm review previously occurred in July of 2022. And this report really, or this water temperature modeling platform recognizes that temperature management is a key parameter for species with specific cold water needs, like the Chinook salmon, and is one of the most complex subjects related to operation of the Central Valley Project. The 2019 biological assessment proposed action included an action for reclamation to develop a new temperature model to help them better plan those operations over short and long timescales. And so this is the model that we were asked to convene a panel to review. It was a two-part review in which the different parts focused on different geographic areas of the Central Valley system, but with this final report also focusing on how the model was being applied within a modeling framework, how uncertainty was being applied in general, and implementation of some of the unique and temperature management features of the Central Valley Project. That final report is under production right now and should be available in November. Next. And then we have some additional reviews that are in the planning phase right now. We will be reviewing the spring run juvenile production estimate for the Department of Water Resources. We'll be reviewing the summer-fall habitat action as well. And I should also mention that we've been coordinating with the national academies in their forthcoming review on long-term operations of the Central Valley Project, for which they've been seeking a very large panel of experts. So we've been working with them to help identify appropriate people for that panel. Next, I only have two more. So I just wanted to mention that our fall issue of the Delta Breeze newsletter is forthcoming, and it does have a focus on open science. I wrote a Dear Colleagues overview to this newsletter that was very much influenced by recent conversations that I've had with Greg Gearhart and OEMA. So thanks to them for contributing those thoughts. But there are different topics within this newsletter, including fair and care practices, where care refers to special considerations that need to be in place when dealing with culturally sensitive information. We'll have an article that focuses on how the Delta Science Program promotes open science through our solicitations. There are a number of studies funded by the science program that embody the spirit of open science that we'll do vignettes of within this newsletter. And then we'll also provide an introduction to some of the modeling tools that we have made openly available to the community for visualizing data, browsing data, and searching and downloading Delta data. And then finally, I feel like this presentation has gone very long. So next slide, I think I'll just be very brief here. There's an article I'll be profiling for the Delta Stewardship Council at their upcoming council meeting next week. that I think might be of interest to some of you. It's an article that is coming out of Stanford and the San Francisco Estuary Institute that is focused on contaminants of emerging concern within the Bay. And in particular, they sampled effluent from 6 different wastewater treatment plants discharging into the Bay and looked at a suite of chemical constituents that aren't typically monitored for, but may be quite abundant. And this includes chemicals that are present in sunscreens, including one sunscreen that has been banned in Hawaii, which is sunscreen containing oxybenzone. They also looked at common household pesticides, such as the foggers that people use in their houses or flea and tick collars for dogs that could make it into our waterways when people wash pets or use the sink. And then they looked at a number of pharmaceutical products as well that typically are considered in studies of contaminants of emerging concern. They coupled their sampling with hydrodynamic modeling that estimated by how much these concentrations would be diluted by the hydrodynamics of the Bay. And they found that, first of all, these contaminants were all pervasive in the wastewater treatment plant outflow that they sampled. Out of 21 different contaminants of emerging concern, 11 were detected in at least 70% of the samples, with 3 of the pharmaceuticals and 1 of the urban pesticides found in 100% of the samples. 2 of the high detect contaminants of emerging concern were the sunscreen chemicals, and 4 were these urban pesticides. And out of these 11 high detect contaminants, 6 exceeded ecotoxicological thresholds at the concentrations that were coming out of the wastewater treatment plant. When they considered the dilution that would be expected, the least amount of dilution, as you might expect, is in the South Bay. And in that region, they would expect that one of the chemicals, which is a pesticide called imidacloprid, which is used to control for fleas and ticks, would be present in concentrations over 2 times higher than the ecotoxicological threshold. And one pharmaceutical would be present at a concentration approximately equal to that threshold. So this is something that I think we need to keep on our radar. And to me, this is motivating to extend studies like this into the Delta, because I imagine that the findings there would be fairly similar. And that is all. And I apologize for a long final report, but it's been a pleasure.
You need to apologize in the least, and just thank you. When I think, I'm often reflect that we're all in these public seats for a period of time, and then we move on from them. And always it's to leave them in a better place. And you have certainly done that. When you look at the productivity from your seat, from the lead scientists, and the criticality of that productivity right now, you've pulled in a lot of threads. You've set in a lot of momentum on work that I'm just very fortunate for, and just want to acknowledge and thank you for that. As we can see from your summary, there is a lot going on and a lot to continue to try to best synthesize. And I've made the point before at DPIC and otherwise that nationally, whether it's in the Chesapeake or the Everglades or even the Puget Sound or various places, there's a lot more of a structured federal investment. And it means sometimes I think it falls more on our state agencies to be trying to really accomplish the sorts of programs it really takes to move the needle on such a large landscape and wicked challenge that we face within the Delta when it comes to these compounding challenges. So just thank you. I look forward to just the continued work, continuing to have opportunity to work with you as well in all of this. And I guess just, as we kind of look at co-equal and these various efforts, what advice do you have, I guess, to make sure that we kind of keep, the momentum, knowing that it's just, it is, I'm glad to hear the largest sort of chunk of grant dollars going to an effort, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not everything we need. And what I'm certainly impressed upon is certainly the success of that effort is dependent upon having a good monitoring program, having open data standards around a lot, the feedstock for the modeling exercises, if you will, that we have. So it really is, trying to look at that like larger ecosystem. So I guess, any recommendations or things that you can help leave us as we kind of set sail on that project and how to view it amongst what is a lot of interplay amongst different programs. Even OpenET comes to mind as to like how this all continues to fulfill this vision of a one science, a one reality that we can all see and better then discuss how we get to future outcomes that we want. So.
Yeah, so I think you hit the nail on the head with hitting on open science here. This is so critical to all of these collaborative endeavors. And we need to, first of all, create the space for that coordination to happen. I sit on the steering committee now for the California Water Data Consortium, and the discussion at our recent steering committee meeting was, well, there was some discussion around a series of interviews that they've been conducting. The results will be public fairly soon. They're not public yet, but I think it's okay for me to say that one of the findings is that even though we have these different open data platforms, there's still not enough communication about how to find data, how data are coordinated across these different platforms. And so I think we need to be really deliberate about creating the space to be coordinated in our approach to open science, to be more coordinated in our approach to open science, and to have more conversations across agencies on like what are the best practices we're going to adopt? How are we going to ensure that our data and our models are intercompatible and comparable to each other and evaluated according to similar standards? So I think that's key. So the openness of data and modeling itself and embracing these best practices is key. The other key is open communication and open coordination. Another thing that I think is really critical is having champions. One thing I'm taking away from these 3 years is I just have tremendous respect for all the pressures that agencies are under and how quickly you need to pivot to deal with changing priorities and changing conditions. And that can make it really hard to take on these long-range projects that involve coordination with a large group of people. I mean, these relationships take a lot of time to form. And it can be very hard just to create the space to give those projects the amount of time that they deserve. And so I think if there are ways to protect champions for these initiatives, to protect the time of champions for those initiatives, that could be helpful. But I do think agencies need to think outside themselves and thinking about how we can create space for these longer term, very engaged initiatives that are really being spearheaded or led by folks who are in close touch with decision makers, but aren't immediately under the decision makers, so that they can make that a project of focus. So I am Wade Crowfoot talked a lot about the importance of agency academic partnerships in his remarks at the inaugural CNRA Science Day earlier this year. I think it was this year. And I'm also a believer that we need to do more to facilitate these partnerships. I'm a little bit biased because I do sit in a university in my full-time career, but one of the things I've seen is that faculty and students alike have this tremendous hunger to use their skills for the greater good, to make progress on some of these seemingly intractable problems that we face statewide, but they don't have the connections to the decision makers, and they don't really know what is needed in order to advance those decision-making processes. So I think to the extent that agencies can be equal partners in trying to form more of these partnerships would be beneficial. And we've seen in the Chesapeake that like an academic coordinator for their Chesapeake modeling community has been, first of all, low cost, but very effective in cohering a community that is now an excellent partner to agencies within the Chesapeake watershed and is actively advancing agency needs, while also, meeting the needs of the academics who engage in that community.
Thank you for that. Really appreciate that. And to your point, did really notice that difference when I was in Maryland around the way their academic community talks to their state agencies and the way they see themselves essentially as extensions of it. They want their research and information to be actionable and to be relevant to the state agencies. And definitely have a culture of service to state agencies coming from the university. And we have that too here, certainly, in the state. We're very fortunate, as you know, with the University of California and all the many different individual universities in the umbrella that we do really depend on. But to your point, I think, having like a forum that we're better saying for the Delta and for these spaces, that's where, go there, go to this space, this collaborative, open space that is trying to just synthesize the best of this is really important. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Incredibly. I'm looking forward to what is, I know, a lot more discussion around all this. Other board colleague questions? Vice Chair, please.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you. I can't believe it's been 3 years. That's very, I don't know. Yeah. But your reports have always been very thorough. It gives us a place to go to get more information. There's always, links and ways for us to just take more time. And with our busy schedules, I just really want to thank you. It's been very helpful. And I appreciate this dialogue just now. There's so many science questions out there, but really we're talking about key science questions that need to be built upon in short term and long term. And I think that the value of the Delta Stewardship Council, it's been great to see it evolve through the years. I think you're the third lead scientist since I've been here, and it's just really exciting to see how things improve and are evolving, and that constant sense of building for the organization. So thank you so much, and the best of luck to you, and don't be a stranger. I hope that we can continue to engage with you.
Hope for that too. Thank you.
Here. Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Morgan.
I just want to say thank you, and I'll just echo the comments that have been made. You were already here when I came 2.5 years ago, but it also has been really quick, and just really appreciate the reports and all the great information that you have provided, and we'll miss you.
Thank you.
Member Firestone.
It's great to have you and echo everything that's been said. I just wanted to highlight some things, as somebody that's come into the water boards as really new to the Delta. I've really appreciated the role that you've played in helping to bring forward this One Science agenda and transparency and information, and create that link. One of the things you lifted up, and I think gives me a lot of optimism, is how much the scientific community, and especially around Delta science, has been focused on these sort of participatory and more integration of social science, community science, and coordinated and collaborative science and monitoring and modeling processes. And that's something as we are decision makers and, have so many different issues coming before us, obviously Bay Delta, but even, in work, I was, able to participate in or watch the workshop on Scott Shasta, for example, and just how much having a common sort of collaborative one space where we're understanding where, there is a collaborative, transparent, open model is critical for being able to create structures and decisions and have successful outcomes. And certainly that's true with the Delta. It's one thing I think we need to do as decision makers and as we take all the work that you've done over the last 3 years, is looking at how we are integrating this work into the work that we are doing on Bay Delta planning and implementation. So I really appreciate the highlight around the HABs work and strategy in particular. I think, I know our staff also are very focused on this, we needed a good model and regular comprehensive monitoring program yesterday or a decade ago. But I think, the work that the science program has done in terms of bringing together stakeholders to co-design something, we need to then lean into using that and making that happen. And I think oftentimes when we look at the science agendas that are there, it wasn't always very participatory and inclusive. And I think it now is being that way. But we're still missing funding and data. And I think that is where, as we're moving forward with planning, we need to be integrating and leaning into those things so that they're not siloed or just sort of an academic exercise, but we're really using that as the model to do. So hopefully we can be, I think we will be doing that, with things like HABs. And then I think lastly, just again, as we're thinking about Bay Delta science and planning and adaptive management and, looking towards our Bay Delta planning process, I think lifting up and integrating in the kind of best practices and standards that the Science Action Agenda has around really open and collaborative and transparent adaptive decision-making is really important. As we're looking at things like voluntary agreements or, different programs where we're trying to be able to adapt and make decisions without or we don't have certainty on outcomes, and there's so many different things. I would really like to make sure we're building in and utilizing those, that kind of collaborative decision-making, open science, really intentionally into how we're moving forward to do that. And so just, I think those are all things we can do in terms of building on the legacy that you've started and that others have. And I think the real values that you've highlighted and lifted up in the kind of one science work around here, and look forward to continuing to build on that. Thanks for your service.
Thanks for those comments. I really appreciate them. I think there's a lot of value in what you say. And I guess going back to Chair Esquivel's question too, that funding piece is critical, and it's a tough nut to crack when the funding needs for science are so various. And with respect to this modeling collaboratory, we will be recommending that DPIC convene the Delta Agency Science, or reconvene the Delta Agency Science Work Group to try to collaboratively work through how we might approach funding a long-term collaboratory, whether it's through commitments from individual agencies or through those agencies deciding to come together to pursue a budget change proposal. But that is one of the most difficult nuts to crack, I would say, but also one of the most critical.
Yeah, definitely amongst the work, one of the things that often gets orphaned, but is so foundational ultimately to our work that we have to start to better figure it out. Thank you, board member, and just all the board member comments, completely agree, and just have to heap a little more praise again on the work that you've done. And looking forward, don't be a stranger. We know that this work will continue to be ongoing, so we look forward to your continued contributions on this space. And what I am just reminded, and in our talk of openness and transparency, is how fortunate I feel to be part of an institution here that does honor and very much as a core value is a transparent agency. That here we have to show our homework for everyone. As we heard earlier, as we talked about toxicity testing and its importance, which also led me to link to certainly the study that you highlighted and the fact that we don't test for a lot of things, and that having a test of significant toxicity that tries to best capture what is happening that we don't know explicitly about is so critical. But there too, how important it is that we have these open, collaborative spaces where everyone's bringing their best information, their best knowledge to synthesize our then collective best understanding of how we move forward. And it's Pollyannish, but that's how we best function, and certainly how we best function here as an institution. So just thank you for enlivening those values, bringing life to them, and here having work that we can all be proud of. Thank you. That will then wrap up this last update from Dr. Larson as lead scientist, but not the last update from the lead scientist. So we do look forward to what will be a lot more work here. So thank you. That wrapped up item number 6, brings us to item number 7, which is our board member reports. And I will go ahead and quickly kick us off and report that after we met at our last board meeting on the 4th, the next morning I drove out to Ukiah and was really honored to be invited and to celebrate with them their billionth gallon of recycled water. And as we all know, given the tight and tough conditions of the drought and the importance of that resource, that recycled water allowed agriculture to continue to survive, the community to continue to here make do with very difficult circumstances. And as we know, when it came to even water rights administration within the basin, was actually what was contributing to the ability to have that local cooperative solution, that voluntary agreement on curtailments on the upper Russian River watershed that, because of uncertainty with deliveries from the Potter Valley project, didn't completely come to fruition. But as I acknowledged, there was a model, is a model, and I have other watersheds telling me how important it was for them to see that work, where here it really was unlocking the ability of local leadership to administer rights amongst themselves in a way that is a little more fair, but that still accomplishes the curtailment, and here sees the same data we see to say, okay, we need to achieve a certain level. How do we do it better amongst each other? And it was exciting. The 5th grade class there wrote a speech that Axel Alvarez actually delivered better than I can ever, because get too nervous up there. So anyway, it was a great opportunity to go celebrate, and I was glad to be invited by folks in Ukiah. After that, I drove up to Wairika and spent time with Secretary Garcia looking at dam removal and some time up in the Scott Shasta. I was participating remotely for the first few hours there, and then wasn't necessarily in cell range at that point as we did a dam removal tour up in the Scott or up in the Klamath, and just appreciated everyone's hospitality there. And that dam removal project, I know there's going to be, I think in November, a series of tours and such. I really recommend board members get out there. It is going to be an incredible thing to watch those come down. And again, I know it emphasizes all of our recycle or our water rights work that is going on in the Scott Shasta that really helps complement all that. Okay, and then the other thing was in the following week on the 11th, last week, I spoke at the California Water Resilience Forum, which was a convening and a kickoff by the Pacific Institute and others. The private and public sector leaders came together and they evaluated the water supply strategy that the administration put out, and here have developed a plan for themselves to contribute to the water supply goals, to the goals generally of the strategy, and are looking to understand how the private sector does their part, how they can contribute to a lot of great work that is going on. So it was an honor to be able to contribute to that discussion, and that's all I think I have to add at this point on my report. Anybody else?
I'll just say I was able to watch the staff workshop for Scott Shasta, and I echo everyone's thanks to staff and all the participants that came and participated. I learned so much, continue to really try and learn from that area, and then I'll be able to, or planning to go on Thursday up to Lake County to the workshop on the hitch later this week. So trying to immerse myself in just really understanding the and listening to I think all of the stakeholders work to try to get what we need in terms of information and flows and restoration. So look forward to those.
Board Member Vice Chair.
Yeah, I was able to be here for the workshop on Scott and Shasta, and it had a similar flavor as the hearing. I thought that people were really respectful of different views, and there were some, maybe concept ideas that were put out there. So I'm hoping that there's further development as we get closer to consideration of a draft to roll out. And then on the next day, on the 7th, I traveled to Kern County and was on a panel at Kern County Farm Bureau's annual meeting. Paul Goslin and myself were, I guess we were the dinner event, or dinner entertainment, and Senator Grove asked us a lot of questions about SIGMA, and I think it was a great opportunity to connect directly with the folks that are going to be most immediately impacted, the pumpers that so far have been hearing a lot from their GSAs, but as we transition to potentially consider probation, I think it's important for them to get an opportunity to meet us directly. And I said what we've all been saying, and that is that this is not something that we're excited about doing, but we're ready. We're ready to move forward and really want to take into consideration local conditions, but the best way to manage things, for sustainable groundwater management is to do it locally. So they need to stay focused on that. I think the message was well received, and it was good to be there with Paul Goslin because they've had quite a bit of interaction with him. Patty Poray, for those of you who know Patty, so she's been really instrumental in some of the early work in the basin. So she's worn multiple hats. She used to be with Grimway Farms and then transitioned over to Kern Groundwater Authority and is outgoing president of Kern County Farm Bureau. And she was retiring and they gave her an award. So I'm glad I was there for that. And then on the 11th, I went on a tour of the Delta Mendota subbasin, and this is one of them that's further out. And I guess what I would just flag there is that I think we're all being requested to go on these tours, and there's 5 of us and one group of staff that's working on this. And so, Mr. Oppenheimer, I know you know of this concern as well. How do we best have these touch points? Because I think they're valuable, but it's also best if we could have staff with us, but I know that's an unrealistic expectation. So, some way to maybe be better coordinated. I went out there, and I think it's okay for me to talk about this, but I went out there thinking that, their main concern was going to be coordination, and they're trying to put together one plan. But there were some substantive issues as well. And so I think, any way to, maybe if we can't get staff out there with us, maybe to have, a quick discussion with staff before we head out to these basins. And I know the other option is to just tell them to wait, but I think there's a lot of anxiety, and to the extent that we're able to include it in our schedules, I think it's good to have those touch points.
Thank you. Agree and appreciate that, Vice Chair.
Okay, so on October 6th, I too was able to participate in Scott Shasta workshop virtually. And then on October 11th, it seems like the 11th also was a busy day. I was with the Central Valley Regional Board on a tour of the Upper Pitt River area with local farmers and tribal members. And so we took, so there was information regarding some water quality research by UC Davis, also the water quality monitoring that's being done in the area. They also spoke about the nitrogen and pesticide usage and application, water use efficiency and runoff issues and barriers. Yeah, that was, part of that was really interesting. And then also management intensive grazing, just talking about just goats and just different alternatives. So that was really interesting, just kind of watching and actually just getting to see, the animals out there and just how they move them about and whatnot. And then also the River tribal concerns. And so getting to go to one of the sacred sites and getting to learn about actually, we went to an area where there was multiple sites and getting to learn about those multiple sites. So that there was also really, I was very grateful that they were able to work that in also into the tour. And so we were able to get just a really good understanding of that general area. So that's all I have.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Board Member. Board Member McGuire, anything you'd like to contribute?
Nothing much. I did attend the Scott Shasta workshop as well. Thanks.
Thank you as well. That wraps up board member reports and actually brings us to the end of today's agenda, but not the end of our board meeting agenda. Tomorrow morning, we will reconvene at 9:30 and start in on just our single item, which is our workshop on the cross-connection control policy handbook. Please do everyone tune in. And until then, we will be in recess. So just want to thank everyone for a great day of board meeting. We will not have closed session. And so we'll be in recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30, where we'll continue on with this meeting. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate today's discussion. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you.